see when they
Turn this upside down. 1, 2,
Hey, Patrick.
3. All right, thank you, everyone. All right, I want to call the Charlotte City Council Action Review Meeting to order, and we'll start with introductions, and we'll start with our clerk.
Billy Tons, Deputy City Clerk.
Renee Johnson, District 4.
Good evening, Marjorie Molina, District 5.
Good evening, Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
Hi, I'm Vi Lyles, and I serve as mayor.
Sean Heath, Assistant City Manager. Ed Driggs, District 7.
Good evening, Luana Mayfield, Council Member at Large.
Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
Tarek McCarty, District 6.
All right, thank you. We have consent items that are that we received in our agenda book, and items 17 through 50 may be considered in one motion, but before we go to that motion, let me ask if there are any items that a council member would like to have for a separate vote, or would like to take it off of our list of votes. So, and I know that I saw a report from Marie to say that there are some things that needed to be followed up. So is there for comment or for a separate vote? Any council member would like to have comment? Ms. Mayfield.
Yes, Madam Mayor, for number 19, I want to see if we could defer that vote. For this cooperative purchasing contracts between the 7 vendors that are listed on here, there is one vendor that is a minority-owned vendor, but our DBE process, as we go out for collective bargaining, Marie was able to get some additional language for me earlier on that. Marie, can you share that?
Yes, ma'am, and I would have to, you said something about deferring the vote altogether?
I would like to, so that we can get, because I know that, yeah, get your thing.
The only-
There's one, is several different businesses that are listed. We have this cooperative purchasing agreement. I am not sure, since this was just presented to us on Friday for us to vote on it tonight, there was no time for me to ask questions prior to this evening, what our actual process looks like to ensure that we have diversity within the pool that we reach out to for RFPs. Like, there is a company that is, actually, they have a contract with the city of Louisiana, the Calvin Braxton Ford, that is out there that was not aware and did not know that we had an opportunity in order to contract with the city. So I'm trying to get better information on what that looks like who's at the table in these cooperative agreements.
So in the cooperative agreement, the one that you recognize or have information about is?
It's not in there. It is
Louisiana?
Yes.
Is it a state contract or a city contract? 'Cause
It is, but they
Louisiana-
they just signed a purchasing agreement with the city of Louisiana
No,
that was done through their cooperative. I'm just saying, this is a minority-owned business that was not aware. So since this was in our packet on Friday for us to vote on tonight, I am trying to get a better understanding of who is actually at the table when these cooperative agreement requests go out.
I was just saying that, is it a city cooperative or a statewide cooperative would be Louisiana? So I was just wondering which city it is.
I could tell you which city, and I think the contract was with the city of Lockport in Louisiana, but it was done through the same process that we've done this.
Okay.
Except for this vendor is not in the system, so I'm trying to get a better understanding of how do we.
Okay, Ms. Harris,
And,
wanted to say
and
something.
yes, Ms. Mayfield, just given the schedule and the next opportunity for this to come before you wouldn't be till late August, and we may miss some of them we have like 6 months windows, and once we miss a production schedule on a particular piece of equipment or vehicle, we miss it.
This is 10 weeks. I would hope that we don't have anything out there, considering this particular agreement is for the purchase of light-duty trucks and some other things, that we don't have anything that's getting ready to break down in 10 weeks.
But I'm just sorry, I meant not just the 10 weeks, then there's also a production schedule by the vendor. And if you don't get in on that window, you got to wait till that production cycle rolls again. So I'm not sure about this. I'd really prefer, I mean, it's up to you.
I mean,
and
it's
council.
gonna take 6 votes to do it, but I would like for us to take into consideration to not put us in a position where, and this isn't for you, Marie, but for staff, to present us with a decision that, information on Friday for a decision that has to be made on Monday, and then if there's questions about it, to say, well, we need to go ahead and vote on it, and then we'll figure it out later.
I understand. So I would like to suggest that because we do have these requirements for a number of things, and a lot of the items on our agenda this day is all about getting our infrastructure started out with these kinds of vehicles and equipment. So I guess the question I would say is that we could guarantee that this vendor would be included next after we find the information. But I see Phil Rieger here, so help us understand the impact of not doing this, and if there is a pathway for another vendor to join at some point in this process.
Right, so there's a question about the cooperatives in general. The cooperatives, there's two cooperatives.
And specifically, who is at the table, so that
Right.
they know, so
Right.
that we have diversity in our selection process, because on the actual application for the DBE, it does give you the opportunity to say that if you have any specific certification, whether it's minority, female, veteran, then please
Share it.
share that.
Yes, so two cooperatives here. One's a national cooperative, that's the Sourcewell Cooperative, and one is a state cooperative, which is the sheriff's, the state sheriff's cooperative. And so as a matter of practice, so what happens is these entities will go out and put out bids for specific pieces of equipment, and then vendors will come and bid, and they will get selected based on low bid. And these cooperatives are available to entities across the country, and so that's how they get buying power, right? Traditionally, when the city of Charlotte has tried to put out RFPs, or in this case, invitation to bid for equipment, our buying power actually isn't big enough to get a lot of response. And so it's why we traditionally use cooperatives, because the cooperatives represent more buying power, and with more buying power, we get better pricing. The second thing is that in general, before we use a cooperative, we look at our MWSB certified firms to see if there are any certified. And in this case, there are not any certified firms in our database that would have yielded, or in other words, we wouldn't have lost an opportunity because we chose to go to a cooperative. Maria's right. These series of contracts will be some of the contracts we use to purchase equipment to sort of realize the replacement list that you all adopted through the FY25 budget. So we will be purchasing equipment throughout the year. There are windows of opportunity to put your orders in, because there are certain manufacturing runs, and if we miss that window of opportunity, we may miss out on the ability to purchase that piece of equipment this year, potentially. So that's sort of how that works. Ms. Mayfield, did I capture your question? And if not?
To a certain extent, I think for me, the bigger opportunity is to not give us a 24-hour to 48-hour notice of having to make a decision. Because, again, receiving this and seeing it for the first time on Friday, to go into it and research it, and then to come Monday and say, well, if we don't move forward with this today, then we lose the window. But if I have clear questions, because I take the time to go in and look up each one of these vendors, yes, there is one vendor in this group of multiple, excuse me, that is a minority-owned business, but there are other opportunities out there. So being put in a position where you need to immediately make a decision on something, or, oh, we lose the opportunity if we don't do it today, is not a good position. It's not a fair position to be placed in.
I apologize that I'm not familiar with the vendor that you are familiar with.
Exactly.
They may not, but please understand, they may or may not have bid on these collaboratives. I mean.
They
each-
did not.
Right.
And that's why I was asking for clarification on the process, because they didn't even know about it.
And it's not ours. It's not ours to advertise. It's a state or
Exactly.
national cooperative, right?
That's why I just needed clarification, and I appreciate you attempting to help clarify. It is that conversation that we always talk about, if you're not at the table. So I wanted to get an idea of who's at the table when we're going into a cooperative agreement. How diverse are our options to say, please submit? Because we're gonna go with the lowest responsible bid, but who gets the opportunity to even submit? So that's what I was trying to get clarification on. So thank both you and Marie for getting
you.
that for me. That one I would like for a separate vote. Thank you.
All right, we'll have a separate vote on item 19. Any other comments or separate vote items? All right, hearing none, all in favor of items, I'm sorry. Any others?
Oh, yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and just say which one. Number 30, 31, 34.
Okay. 19.
38,
I'm sorry, 30.
19,
I got it. 19,
31, 34,
all right,
38. Thank you.
all right. So do we have could we have a motion for all of the consent items with the exceptions just stated by Ms. Mayfield?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Hearing no further discussion, all in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? All right. So the next items that we have are 19, item 19. Do I have a motion for item 19, cooperative purchasing contracts?
So moved.
We have a motion? A second? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Thank you. Item 30, South Boulevard Light Rail Facility Roof Recovery and Replacement. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
And we have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of item 30, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? We have one in opposition. The next item is South End Station Pre-Construction Services. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
All right, second. We have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone in opposing? All right. Ms. Mayfield? That's 31? Opposed, okay. All right, the next one is Airport Fourth Parallel Runway roadway relocation, that's a lot of Rs, construction. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
And we have a second. Any further action?
I have a comment, Mayor.
Yes, Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you. The challenge that I have with this one is understanding just the language of how, opposed to adding the additional funds in the breakdown through Blythe Development, they're identifying an additional 2% to the following terms, which basically, when you look at the hauling. So Silverback Brothers will be in total receiving around $174,000 on this project. Hauling is broken out multiple times through this. So when you go through Blythe, Express Logistics, their breakout of this project that is valued over $23 million, $1,006,000, 57 and 60 is going to one hauling company, whereas the three other hauling companies are around 140,000. They initially did not meet the DBE goals. They went back out. They have found another 2%. That 2% is reutilizing both Silverback Brothers as well as Kingdom Trucking. Again, both of them basically averaging out around the same amount of money, around 240-something thousand. It would be helpful to have a much better understanding of how we identify one hauling company to receive almost $1.7 million, but then we identified three smaller ones that are barely being able to achieve $200,000 for the work that's gonna go along with this. So I have a challenge with how this is identified and how credit is given.
Okay, I see our staff, Jack's coming in from airport to talk about hauling.
Good evening, council, mayor. Thank you very much. So the values that are calculated here are based on the company's ability to provide the service. So Express Logistics, as an example, is a larger hauling company than the other two. So what they've done is provided as much as they can, as much as those smaller companies can, to the project. That's why the numbers are different.
Thank you for the explanation. There is a considerable difference in there, and at least one of the companies has had the opportunity to grow through the city. So it would just be helpful to, one, just list the total versus breaking it up and saying, well, we decided we can. The way this reads is Silverback was able to do more work initially versus them having that opportunity on the front end when the DBE goals was not met and you had to go out and identify another 2%, then was the conversation of saying, okay, we can utilize you to do more of the work because that helps us meet the goal. Versus that should have been the conversation.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please raise your hands.
Sunshine Cleaning Services will provide the cleaning materials and the management, so that's $400,000 worth of management that needs to happen for a cleaning company to go in and do their job?
No, ma'am, the majority of that cost is the materials, the chemicals to actually do the cleaning. Sunshine will have management staff there to manage the labor night by night, but the majority of the cost that is not attributed to the labor is for the cleaning materials.
So we're saying we're contracting with Sunshine to purchase the materials for Sunshine to then contract at the tune of $633,861 with Alexander Cleaning to do the actual labor?
Yes, ma'am.
So we're saying Alexander Cleaning did not have the ability to gain access to the cleaning supplies? 'Cause that's
Sunshine
what you're saying.
Sunshine provides a better opportunity from a cost perspective to buy the materials because they buy in bulk. They have multiple contracts, so they have the ability to get those cleaning agents at a cheaper price.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Yes,
All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Thank you, we have the opposition. So that continues us through our consent agenda. All right, so now I want to ask Sean Heath for an overview of what we're going to discuss today in our action review.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Tonight, we have one action review item. It's an annual update on the Strategic Energy Action Plan, and we have Chief Sustainability and Resiliency Officer Sarah Hazel here to provide the briefing.
All right, thank you so much, Mayor and Council. I appreciate this opportunity annually to work through some updates from your Strategic Energy Action Plan. I hope that you all received in your packet, not this Thursday, but last Thursday, this item. This was our annual update packet. You should have also received a summary energy benchmarking report in that packet as well. So I'm not going to rehash all that you, I'm sure, read thoroughly, but I'm going to give you some high points and also talk a little bit about some of the efforts over the past 6 months in 2024 based on investments and policies that have come to fruition. So I always start with City Council's ambitious and aspirational goals to become a low-carbon city and to power our fleet and our buildings by zero-carbon sources. And so for context, on the right-hand column, the focus areas, buildings and transportation, those are the areas that yield the most emissions. So those are the areas of focus that we've had since 2018. And then workforce development to really power this transition that's needed to make a big impact. And so what you can understand is that while this is a Energy Action Plan, what this really is all about is the health and well-being of our community, because if we've seen anything over the past couple of hot days, climate change and the impacts affect all of us, but they do affect our most vulnerable populations, BIPOC communities, frontline communities in an even bigger way. And so just keep that in mind as we go through this presentation. I did want to mention that over the past year, we've continued to make progress updating our CAP dashboard. We've had it for about a year now, and we continue to put more and more information about community-wide indicators related to our progress. This is really important because through the Justice 40 initiative, which is an initiative from the Biden administration to put 40% of resources into underinvested communities, having public data that demonstrates opportunities community-wide to coalesce around issues is really important. So we continue to update this dashboard, and we hope that it can be a tool not just for us as a city to be transparent, but also for our partners to work together to advance climate action. So for the next several slides, I'm going to hit some high points on your leadership as a municipality, which is really what our 2030 goals are all about. And so for 3 years now, we've done energy benchmarking. So as a reminder, energy benchmarking is measuring our energy use intensity over time and looking at our progress. The lower the EUI, the more efficient a building is using energy. And so if you see this progress over time, you can see that this year we saw an overall 8.2% reduction in our energy use intensity across our entire portfolio of benchmark buildings, which is great progress, and over half of our buildings saw a reduction. We do see an opportunity to improve in the office building type, and we do believe that some of the increase there is due to return to work as more and more people are coming into some of our office buildings over time. So we're going to investigate that further, but this progress is a testament to the work of Phil Rieger's team and others who are doing good projects around HVAC, LED lighting, building automation controls. I will highlight one partner, CRVA specifically. CRVA, as well as our cultural facilities, saw the biggest decrease in energy use intensity from last year to this year. This is the second year that they've been a part of this. So these are really important because they are by far the biggest buildings that we have. So over 50% of the square footage of the buildings that we benchmark fall into this category. So to see the majority of those buildings see progress in this area is something that's really commendable. And this is just an example of a lunch and learn that CRVA hosted for their employees to talk about the importance of sustainability across a variety of areas, including their efforts to be a really strong partner with the city around our Strategic Energy Action Plan. I do want to highlight that I believe on this roof, this is the same roof that you can look down on from the 15th floor, we now have solar helping to power this facility. So here's a snapshot of that work in progress, but that is on and generating energy all day today, which I think is just a really exciting project that shows our leadership, Charlotte's leadership, and everybody who comes into the council chambers, above their head, there's strong renewable energy powered by the sun. On the whole, we have about 33 projects either in operation or in some level of construction. Just for context, the 19 systems that we currently have online, many of which came online over the past year and a half, are enough energy, which is the equivalent to powering 175 homes for a year. So that just gives you a little context. Most of the times, the projects are big enough to power 20–30% of our energy use for that building, but it is significant when you look at it in context. And beyond that, I just wanted to mention a few recent wins just over the past couple months. You adopted the Strengthened Sustainable Facilities Policy, which has us powering our buildings with electricity moving forward for all new buildings. It also places a bigger emphasis on things like battery storage for resiliency purposes. We broke ground on the all-electric fire station. I think there was a good image of that earlier with many of the council members who were there, which is really an exciting project, a long time coming. If you look at this picture in the background, this is Firehouse 43. You can see up to the left-hand side, You can look at the additional solar. This is actually a project that was built net zero ready, and just this year we were able to put the additional solar on based on your investments, and we'll be certifying this is a net zero firehouse. So these are around the clock facilities that are going to be powered by clean renewable energy. And then finally, you approved the Green Source Advantage Bridge program, helping to build a large solar project about 45 minutes away that will really step into the gap where we need to towards those 2030 goals. And I would be remiss if I didn't shout out my team in the back there hosted the first comprehensive staff training with our partners in HR, sold out on Earth Day, and we were able to bring folks around in an electric bus to our facilities to see the role that everybody can play, and they were all officially deputized to continue this work wherever they sit. So what does this lead to? So when we look at powering our buildings by zero carbon sources, this is the projection based on your most recent investments and all of the efforts that I just described. We're within 20% of hitting the goal of powering our buildings by zero carbon sources. In fact, we are projected to offset all of our electricity use by zero carbon sources by 2030. And so with additional efforts, that is within shot, and we've talked about this many times. This is an aspirational goal, but it's something that could be achievable based on all of the efforts of the City Council over the past couple of years. So exciting work, more work to do. Now let's talk a little bit about our fleet. So what we can see here is that we have about 10% of all of our fleet, so that's light duty to heavy duty, that are currently alternative fuel. 3% are EVs, so that's over 150 vehicles are electric vehicles. We avoided 43% more carbon than last year, so we continue to replace our vehicles with more efficient vehicles, but there's still more work to be done when it comes to continuing to reduce the emissions from our existing vehicles, so things like anti-idling, when we can't replace with an EV, using alternative fuels so that we can continue to see that number decrease and see the carbon avoided increase over time. I will say last time we talked about this, I did note that there was a real challenge around take-home vehicles, since we have so many take-home vehicles in our fleet, and the inability to figure out a charging solution for folks. Manager Jones isn't here, but a big shout out to Manager Jones, who just signed our electric vehicle take-home policy to help support that effort and to step into that gap, supporting folks who are either charging at home or who don't have access and can charge at public charging. So we look forward to seeing how that yields additional results in the coming years. A big piece of this is workforce development, and I did want to highlight CATS for a second here. Through an FTA grant and ongoing work with the e-buses that CATS has, they've developed a really great battery electric bus training that's trained over 500 staff. And so we talk a lot about what's needed in the community. A lot of what's needed, based on some of the slides that I just was reviewing, are things with our own workforce. And so with Danielle and Sheila and the great work that's going on, there's a lot that can be replicated and built upon, and I did want to take a moment to highlight CATS eServe Academy. So now I'm just going to move to talk a little bit about more community-facing work, those 2050 goals to become a low-carbon city. So this year, the Corridors team launched an electric bike program with Dream Key Partners and Wells Fargo. Yes. Rocky Mountain Institute just released a study, and it really demonstrated that because so many trips are short trips, e-bikes are a really big strategy for stepping into the gap, not only to help people get to where they need to go, but to reduce emissions. And so I'm excited to see this partnership launch, excited to see where that can go. City Council invested $1 million in the high energy use income qualified program with Duke Energy. Now, over a year ago, that program launched this year. We've supported about 50 households to do that critical health and safety work that is needed to be able to come in and do the deep energy retrofits. And that will continue this year. So we talked a little bit about how we benchmark our own buildings, but this was the first year of our Power Down the Crown program, which was inviting others to join us in this effort, large building owners. We saw a great array of different folks who joined this program, so everywhere from Fortune 500 companies to local churches, to universities, to healthcare providers. And so recruitment is open for this next year. I would love if City Council could help spread the word. It is an opportunity for people who do not have to share their energy use data publicly to do so and join us to hit that goal of 10% energy use intensity reduction. And then it's a great cohort of partners who are sharing information about federal rebates. We had the EPA come in, Duke Energy come in and talk about incentives. So working together to strategize to hit that community-wide goal. And the Unitarian Universalist community of Charlotte saw a really big reduction in energy use intensity, so we wanted to highlight them on this picture. And then community-wide, when you look at the solar, both in residential and commercial sector, this is part of what's on our dashboard now that you can take a look at, and you can also see where it is in pockets. We're seeing, obviously, overall an increase in solar capacity since the adoption of the CEAP. There are many levers, both policy levers, work at the Utilities Commission to help support breaking through barriers to adoption of more solar on commercial and residential households. And so I wanted to share this data to also share that in your council packet tonight, there is an item at the end of the meeting, which is to accept a grant funding from the DOE. So the Department of Energy's best practice is, one of their best practices to support the uptake of solar, especially in low-income households, is called a Solarize program. We've seen this be very successful in other places, specifically in the Triangle was the most recent example. And so with this grant, which is a block grant, we are going to work on a Solarize program, which will have a specific focus on income qualified households to step into that barrier to support more clean renewable energy in residential households and commercial. So last budget year, council allocated funds specifically to support our Strategic Energy Action Plan and an update. So I'm happy to say that we are now under contract with EY, working with Civility Localized, just kicking off to update our Strategic Energy Action Plan. And so there'll be several pieces of this. We'll do an updated community-wide greenhouse gas emissions inventory. We're going to look at aligning our intersecting policies, work around housing, work around the strategic mobility plan, the comprehensive plan, which was adopted after the CEAP was adopted, and better embed equity throughout every piece of this, as well as the latest technology and climate science. So look forward to that, and that was also something that Mayor Lyles had referred to committee, so we'll be doing more updates once we kick this off in committee, with the goal of completing in sometime in 2025, early 2025. And so I have two more slides. This one I'm particularly excited about. We have this opportunity with partners from the Sustainable Cities Fund funding some of our CBO partners like Soul Nation, working with Clean Air NC, as well as the Knight Foundation, to work together to co-lead what we're calling Green Prints. These are addendums to the Corridors of Opportunity playbooks that focus on environmental justice, climate action, and sustainability. And so we are working right now on a kickoff to this opportunity, so more to come on that. But what we're really looking to do is identify actionable projects so we can really focus on pulling down some of that federal funding that I spoke about earlier in areas that need it most, and to use this lens through this great corridor process to really enhance the work and build on the work that's already been done. So Green Prints kicking off in 2 corridors at the end of this summer. And so while there's lots of opportunity, lots of work to do, I did just want to take a moment to recognize that there's been a lot of progress. And so for the second year in a row, we received an A- from CDP. That's the basically a global reporting standard, and we're excited to continue to see that consistent recognition for good work as a city compared to others. And then the Bloomberg American Sustainable Cities, the Bloomberg Challenge, the second iteration, we've been selected. Manager Jones talked a little bit about this earlier, but this is really at the intersection of building Black wealth and climate. And so we'll be hiring a director, hopefully by the end of summer. That's in process right now, to be embedded in the city with 2 other staff to focus on that really critical intersection. And then finally, we were recognized as the 14th highest local government when it comes to operations from the American Council for Energy Efficient Economy. That's really great considering we're looking at the top 100 cities and cities in states that have had these types of efforts ongoing for years and years and years. I think when we first started, we were ranked 75th overall. Now we're 25th overall. And so just another way to get a look, an outside look at how we're doing and what we need to do to improve. And so with that, I will pause and say thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk a little bit about this, but I'm really happy to receive any feedback, answer any questions now, or of course, anytime.
Sarah, thank you for this presentation. We know that you at one point almost was like the one-woman band, and now look at all of this that we've achieved. It's remarkable. But I also want to recognize your ability to work with so many multiple groups and pull so much together. So thank you for the work that you've done. Now I'd like to ask if there are any comments or questions for, all right, we'll start with Mr. Driggs.
Thank you so much, Sarah. So in the time since we adopted the CAP, what kind of changes have there been in technology that would cause us to maybe revisit? So I'm thinking the buses, for example, and how are the battery technology in buses evolved, or are there new models in terms of partnership with energy companies? So has the landscape changed since we did this the first time?
Yeah, and it continues to change because this is really on the cutting edge of technology. So battery life is getting better and better. There's some manufacturers that are no longer in existence that were in existence when we started, but then there's more and more newer versions emerging. A lot has changed in the landscape of additional incentives. So I'm interested, and we're very interested to see how the Inflation Reduction Act incentives support continued work around electrification. For example, we get $7,500 back on every EV we buy minimally. Some of the larger vehicles, we get up to 30% back. So that helps to drive the overall landscape and what's available. But yeah, battery storage technology has continued to improve. We have one battery storage project that continues to yield good results. But there's still a lot more to happen. So when you think about some of our biggest vehicles, and I'm focusing mostly on vehicles because I feel like that's where we have such a biggest opportunity and a gap. Some of our hardest working vehicles right now, an EV, the way that we do our operations and how hard and long they work, let's say, for example, solid waste trucks. There's just not an EV model right now that works for the way that we do our work. It might work for a very small jurisdiction, but it doesn't work for us. But those things are emerging.
So it may be a question for Mr. Cagle, but what is the status of battery-powered buses? I mean, we had a pilot program that we were doing, and again, if you're not up to this, then up on this, I mean. I can talk to Mr. Cagle, but I just know that there were questions about whether some of our routes could actually be served by battery-powered buses. And even in the time from when we first started talking about them until the program we started, a lot had changed.
Right.
So
even some of the manufacturers specifically to that point.
What's the timetable for the update? Because I think, aren't you coming to my committee for that?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're now under contract with our consultant. So our goal is to be done by March of 2025.
Okay.
So we'll be in your neck of the woods after
All right.
summer break.
All right, thank you, Mr. Driggs. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Sarah, thank you for all the work that you do. I get to partner with you from time to time, going out into the community, and we've made significant strides. And I just want to thank you for your hard work in this area. Can you talk about, with the Green Prince, which one are the 2 corridors of opportunity that you're launching that at the end of this year?
Beatty's Ford and Freedom Wilkinson.
No, District 1, okay, all right. All right.
But the goal will be to, yeah, the goal will be to hit all of them.
I thought we could slide Sugar Creek in there just as just asking, Mayor, just asking. I've received so much really great feedback about the electric bike program that we launched, and I'm wondering, are there any plans that you can share with the community about next steps with that program? Is there an opportunity to expand it? Just say a little bit more about it.
Yeah, so I think I'd have to defer to the corridors team on that. I will say I've heard the same thing, and with all of the resources that are available through a variety of different grants, there is an opportunity to look at scalability, but I'll follow up with more information from the corridors team.
Okay. And then just two last points. One is the climate risk assessment, that it sounds like it'll be available. Will it be available this summer?
So we will have that as part of the updated Strategic Energy Action Plan. So we'll be able to bring the pieces of that we're including for comment and for part of the engagement.
Okay, because I'm thinking that's may perhaps inform with programs like Green Prince, right?
Yeah.
Trying to address the heat islands and things of that nature in these communities that have been underserved. Okay, and then my last question is just slide 15 is pretty incredible when you look at from 2010 to today of how many residents have decided to partake in solar energy, and I just wonder, how does that compare to other cities our size, some of our peer cities? Are we increasing the rate higher than, or right in step with some of our peer cities?
It's all over the board, and so there's so many factors that contribute to an uptake of solar, everything from permitting to the Duke Energy or other utility offerings and rates around that. And so I'll say that the triangle, I don't have the data in front of me, but because they've focused this effort around bringing down the cost of solar through the Solarize program, they've been able to see a bigger jump in numbers because it's just sometimes can be cost prohibitive for folks, not just income qualified folks, but all folks. And so looking at that and also the layering of what you need to be able to do a solar program, we heard from, in an early pre-meeting for our Green Prince, we heard from folks, look, I'm not even thinking about solar because I need a new roof, And so it's really about being strategic about those partnerships where, if Housing and Neighborhood Services is putting a new roof on a household and they're already income qualified, how do we layer the solar on top of it? So I think there is a lot of opportunity here in Charlotte. By no means are we last or first.
Excellent. Thank you, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Councilmember Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Sarah, I also would like to echo what our colleagues said. We appreciate your leadership, as the mayor said. Certainly, your team is a small team, but certainly mighty. I see all of them here. I appreciate the collaboration with partners to further our CEAP goals. What I really have appreciated in past couple of years, where we are doing more community outreach. Especially we partner with other nonprofits and agencies that work in this space on Earth Day, and having your entire team out there really advancing our CF goals and talking to people about our CF goals. That was certainly significant because we know that the city's goal of 2030 is just one part of the overall CAP, right? We have a larger community goal where we need partners like CRVA and others, residents, to help us meet our 2050 goals. And that takes community outreach and really meeting our young people that's in schools or having Earth Day celebrations. I think that's very important. Obviously, one of the critiques we had last time was the public-facing dashboard. I know there have been some tweaks that have been made, and I've heard from the coalition, Climate Change Coalition, that there has been a greater level of transparency. So I appreciate those data concerns have been addressed. So I certainly appreciate your small and a mighty team that's sitting there. Thank you all.
All right, Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say thank you and great work to you and to your team for all the work that you're doing. I especially want to recognize the community outreach. I know that we talked about before having something on the page, what the average citizen can do to reduce their carbon footprint. So I hope that that's working. I also think it's great that our municipal buildings we're moving toward solar power and the progress that's been done. So thank you. I just wanted to say thank you and great work. And also from an equitable perspective, I think that's so important that we're reaching out to the corridors of opportunity. That's a population that we really have an opportunity to make a difference. So thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
We look forward to the next steps. I think that's everyone that wanted to speak on this item. So thank you very much and keep up the great work.
Thank you very
really.
much. And
Thanks
everybody,
to all of our partners that are with us on this. We really agree with that, so thank you. Okay, now to all of you who are sitting and waiting for us to go into our regular meeting, we're now going to have a closed session. So, Mr. Attorney, so you guys can go downstairs and have water, which is what we provide regularly to all of you. So we'll need to clear out this room for a closed session, and Mr. Baker.
Mayor, for the late people, can I go get my dinner and come back?
Need a motion to go into closed session pursuant to GS 143-318-11A4 to discuss economic development incentives pursuant to that statute.
So moved.
We have a second? A second? Did you second that, Ms.? Okay, second. And so all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you, everyone. All right.
staying alone. Feel like you fell from a plane, broken several pieces. All the things you heard, alone and very tired. All those things we've said to you are useless anymore, my friend. So now that you're upset, please try to recover. Fever with your bed, nightmares did too many. Now the time has come to take a decision. Can you stop thinking about her? You gotta move on, gotta move on. All the things you do.
Afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the Charlotte City Council business meeting. It's June the 24th, 2024. I want to call this meeting to order, and we're going to start with introductions, starting with our city clerk.
Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk.
Happy Monday, Dimple Ajmera at large.
Good evening, everyone. Tijuana Brown, Charlotte City Council District 3.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Marjorie Molina. I represent District 5.
Good evening, I'm Renee Johnson, and I'm honored to represent District 4.
Good evening, everyone. James Mitchell, City Council at Large.
Sean Heath, Assistant City Manager.
Vi Lyles, and I serve as mayor.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to District 1. Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
Good evening, everyone. Malcolm Graham, Charlotte City Council, District 2. Ed Freeze, District 7. Tarboro Carter, District 6.
Welcome, everyone. Lawana Mayfield, council member at large.
Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
We begin our meeting with an invocation, whether it's an expression of our person that we asked to do this, and inspiration that's provided for us so that we can have the ability to work with this community to be the kind of city that we all want for people to understand that they can live in and thrive well. We do celebrate religious diversity in our community, and including those that do not have a religious faith. And tonight, we would ask Councilmember Driggs to provide us our invocation or words of wisdom. Following after we complete with Councilmember Driggs, we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Again, if you choose to do so, join us. So begin this with Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Mayor, and please join me if you're so inclined. Heavenly Father, thank you for the many advantages we enjoy in our wonderful city of Charlotte, the blue skies, the vitality of our diverse community, the prosperity that so many of us enjoy. This council has worked hard in recent years to ensure that we continue to enjoy these advantages in the future, but big challenges remain, and many important questions are not yet answered. As we enter our summer schedule and get some distance from the immediate demands of weekly meetings, help us to reflect on how we can attain the many goals we have for the city and live up to the responsibility that has been entrusted to us. May we return to our full schedule after the summer, refreshed and energized, ready to pursue a future in which everyone can benefit from our vision for 2040 and beyond. In your name we pray.
Amen.
Thank you. Please stand if you wish to. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Before we dive into a very vibrant agenda. I'd like to recognize that we would like to recognize that we celebrate many things in our community. And so today I want to recognize Councilmember LaWanna Mayfield for 2 actions today. Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I would like to ask for them to stand and as I read this, and that is for dear coaches and members of the Charlotte Cardinals rugby team. As Mayor of Charlotte, I want to congratulate you on winning the 2024 High School Boys National Rugby Championship. Which I understand is an enormous feat, especially considering that your club is relatively new, established only 3 years ago, and being the first East Coast rugby team to ever win the national championship. The club serves as a diverse demographic of families, promoting diversity within our multicultural community and the surrounding areas, and provides coaching and learning skills for boys and girls of all ages, from elementary school through high school, while also teaching values and life lessons through the game of rugby. You are having a positive impact on our community, and we are grateful to you for providing a safe and positive environment for these players, as well as your outreach to underserved communities in Charlotte. Thank you and congratulations on a great season. Sincerely, Mayor Vi Alexander Lyles. It is a crazy, crazy night tonight. Would love to be able, the mayor would love to be able to do a picture, but with everything going on, I wanted to make sure you had that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
And that covers my steps for today. Next, I would thank you again, Mayor, like to acknowledge through proclamation. We will have Mr. Chad Turner of the Carolinas LGBT Chamber, Raven Moore of Charlotte Black Pride, as well as Liz Shobe with Charlotte Pride to receive the City of Charlotte Proclamation. Whereas the City of Charlotte is home to a vibrant and diverse community, among which are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer, LGBTQ, citizens and residents. And whereas Charlotte's LGBTQ plus community, their family, friends, neighbors, and co-workers have positively shaped the cultural, business, civic, faith, and social fabric of Charlotte throughout its history. And whereas the month of June is traditionally celebrated as LGBTQ plus Pride Month, commemorating the historic uprising of the LGBTQ people of color, trans people, young people at New York City's Stonewall Inn on June 28, 1969, which served as the catalyst for the resulting gay liberation movement from the June 28, 1970 Christopher Street Liberation Day March, from which all modern Pride events trace their origins. And whereas Charlotte's LGBTQ plus community first attempted to organize socially and politically as early as 1971, with its first Pride events finally held in 1981, and the ensuing decades inspiring the creation of Charlotte Pride in 2000 and Charlotte Black Pride in 2005. And whereas community members will join together throughout June and continuing into July with Charlotte Black Pride, and in August with Charlotte Pride, to celebrate the history, culture, community, and triumphs of the LGBTQ plus people across our region. Now, therefore, I, by Alexander Lyles, Mayor of Charlotte, do hereby proclaim June 2024 as LGBTQ plus Pride Month in Charlotte and commend its observance to all citizens. Witness my hand and the official seal of the City of Charlotte.
Chad is.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor.
I want to say this. I want you to know that while Ms. Mayfield provided that eloquent speech and recognition, I want you to know how much important it is for us to recognize the LGBTQ community and to be a part of this great city, and what you bring has been amazing. So thank you very much for being able to be here tonight and as well be recognized, but I think you guys do pretty well on all the marketing and everything else that's being done. So thank you for being a part of us. That's what we really, really appreciate. So with that, we are going to go and begin with our public forum. So on behalf of the entire Charlotte City Council, I ask that we all recognize that speakers and audience members should be civil and courteous in their use of language. Speakers are encouraged to address the council and should refrain from responding to audience members. Likewise, audience members should be courteous to each speaker as well, not yell out or interrupt them, because we want to ensure that everybody is heard. And so tonight we start with our City Council and monthly public forum, and I'm going to start with Nicholas Thomas, followed by Joshua Beasley. Nicholas Thomas and Joshua Beasley. Are you, here we are. If you would come down, and I always say those are steep steps, be careful. And here's the podium right there. If you'll just go right up to that podium and a microphone. So, if you would give us your name, please.
Yes, my name is Nicholas Thomas. Thank you, ladies and
Thank
gentlemen
you.
of the City Council, for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. I am the Program Director for Reimagine Reentry, and we are an organization that is dedicated to providing juvenile reentry services to at-risk youth in our community. We offer counseling, mentorship, as well as job training, which, as I'm sure you all know, are very crucial programs that are needed to reduce recidivism, as well as to give these young people an opportunity to build a productive future for themselves. By investing in our reentry programs, it is an investment in the future of our communities. By giving these young people a chance to be successful, we not only transform their lives, but we also enhance public safety, as well as reduce the long-term cost associated with repeat offenses. And we are looking for support as well as funding so that we can continue to develop and expand on the services that we offer so that we can give our youth a chance to thrive. And this is a personal endeavor for me in that I am a formerly incarcerated person myself, having served 2 separate federal prison sentences, so that I know the impact that reentry services have and the importance of them. And I look forward to hopefully working with each and every one of you in the future on this matter. And I thank you again for your time and your consideration this evening.
Thank you very much. So I wanted to let you know that we will have follow-up by the staff for each person that comes down to speak as they petition or tell your story. We try to follow up and see what is the opportunity that we would have. So our next speaker is Marissa Garst. Tell me if this is Joshua Beasley, sorry. And our next speaker is Marissa Garst, if you would come down as well.
No, I'm sorry. I was speaking on behalf of Joshua. He was supposed to be here by now, but he wasn't. He was with Nicholas. My name is Sade Cannon.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Because he signed up, he has to be the person to speak. And so hopefully if you could just give him a call and see that, is he in the building yet? We'll come back to you as he comes in. So let's start with Marissa Garst and Tina Baer. Okay.
Good.
Good evening. Thank you for your time tonight. My name's Marissa Garst, and I've been living in different parts of Mecklenburg County since I was 6 years old. This is my home, and I'm deeply committed to our community's welfare, both human and animal. I'm a parent and an activist, and I've volunteered over the years for organizations like Reproductive Rights Coalition, Thompson Child and Family Focus, and Friends of Feral Felines. For years, I've dedicated myself to animal rescue, from fostering to trapping, neutering, and returning over 100 community cats in Charlotte. Yet too often, my efforts are hampered by the stark reality of our shelter's limitations. Countless times I've arrived with injured cats and kittens when the only alternative was leaving them to suffer outside. Sadly, in some of these cases, I was turned away due to lack of space and was forced to make room for yet another foster. I know this is rarely an option for many people seeking help from the shelter, which means many animals are left outside to slowly succumb to their injuries. I know this to be true as I used to help run the hotline for Friends of Feral Felines, a local TNR group. Every week, I'd respond to call after call from people desperate for assistance with injured or neglected animals after being turned away from the shelter. It is gut-wrenching knowing or trying to help, yet not feeling like you have the support or resources or no humane options. The truth is, our shelter is overburdened, understaffed, and underfunded. It struggles to meet the demand in our rapidly growing city. Saying no to an animal in need weighs heavily on me, knowing that for everyone we help, there are countless others we cannot reach. Without fast change and council support, I feel like there's no end in sight to this crisis. That's why I urge you to make Animal Services an independent department and to continue with plans for a new adoption center. We must start somewhere and build upon that. People are exhausted, animals are suffering tremendously, and with your help, we can start to change that. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ms. Bayer, is that correct? Yes. Oh, please.
My name is Tina Baer. I'm a volunteer at Animal Care and Control. I'm here to ask you to please follow through with construction on the adoption center as a start to addressing the problems at the shelter, and to please make Animal Services an independent city department. Volunteering at the shelter has meant constantly having to live with things getting worse, not better. More dogs getting surrendered, not enough staff to handle our huge amount of animals, kennel attendants doing the back-breaking job of several people, defeat on their faces. It's the job of kennel attendants to retrieve the dogs to be euthanized and then to wheel their bodies to the incinerator. People who choose a life of working with animals don't want to see them lose their lives. Last week, volunteers collected money for the kennel attendants to show thanks in an attempt to lift their spirits. Giving them their gifts was a joyful moment in an otherwise very sad week. We need the city to step up and make their jobs better. Our whole shelter staff is struggling. Our shelter community and caretakers try so hard to stay upbeat, but we are all struggling. As a volunteer, I don't have to be there. At times I've wanted to quit, like the day last year I gave a dog named Angus a bath, and a half an hour later he was dead. I walked a dog named Lasso. I was told, make his walk a good one, it's his last. I found a dog named Isaac a home, but I was a day too late. It hurts. I will not quit because I know our community needs volunteers like me. Charlotte has to do better by its citizens and its animals. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelsey Joseph.
Council, Manager Jones, thank you for your time tonight. I've been working with several of you over the last year. My name's Kelsey Joseph. I'm a Friends of CMAS board member. We're the nonprofit that supports animal care and control. I want to express our gratitude for the approval of 10 much-needed positions within animal care and control. However, I must also bring to your attention a pressing issue. Due to budget constraints within the police department, only 8 of these positions will be filled with new allocations. 2 are being filled by individuals who have been working in overhire positions that were previously funded using donor dollars or salary savings after being taken away from AC&C. This situation underscores the critical need for Animal Services to operate independently with its own dedicated budget and resources, allowing the budgetary savings from AC&C to remain with and support AC&C staffing and programs. We are also thankful for the bond money earmarked for the adoption center. I know Councilwoman Ajmira had to step out, but I'm incredibly grateful for her advocacy on this. It's heartwarming to see progress, and we hope for its swift continuation. However, it's crucial to emphasize that this adoption center alone cannot solve our challenges. It represents a step forward, but much more is needed in terms of capacity and people power. I urge Council to seriously consider establishing animal services as a standalone department and investing in a new main shelter. Our current facility, aged over 30 years, is inadequate in size, poorly designed, and poses safety risks to caretakers and animals. Its proximity to the deafening noise of aircraft engines only compounds these issues. While we appreciate the steps taken so far, they are just the beginning of what is required to adequately address the crisis within animal services. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Willis. Eric Willis. I don't see anyone is calling. So we will follow up. Our next speaker is Danine Carroll. Danine Carroll. Thank you, Ms. Carroll.
Good evening, Council. It's a pleasure. Danine Carroll. I'm here tonight to talk about something that affects every single person in this room. It is healthcare, and it is patient services, and it is the stress that is happening here in the local community. I've moved down here from New York. I'm a proud North Carolina Central graduate. Went back to New York, came back down here to help a parent who was ailing. I'm sorry, sir?
What school? What school you graduated from?
North Carolina Central University,
Just wanna make
and I'm
sure.
also a member of Delta Sigma Theta. Okay, just a quick background, really quickly, because I know I have short of time. I graduated from Central, history degree, NYU with a Master's of Public Administration. I have a pre-nursing background, 15 years in insurance. I've worked in IT. I am a public servant at heart. The reason this is personal for me is because I have a health condition, and I have moved down here 7 years ago, and I find myself having to fly back to New York to get assistance here, to get appointments with Atrium Health, to get services from some of the physicians. There's a lot of stress on the system. Now, I know locally, the city council can only do so much, that it's Mecklenburg County, it's state, it's local. But I'm coming to the city council here to ask if you can do more. I know that there are a couple of initiatives, but 120 people are moving here to Charlotte every single day. And what Atrium continues to do is say, oh, we know that it's a lot of people here, we don't have enough physicians, we don't have appointments. Urban planning. If we have enough stuff here in the city where we're focused from an urban planning standpoint, whether it's housing, anything else, why can't Atrium Health work with the city, work with Mecklenburg, work with the state to make sure we have the proper patient services? The physicians are not stressed out because, let's say they have 20 minutes to originally to service patient, now they have 15. They are stressed out, and it's so bad that some of the physicians can't even get appointments, and they work for the hospital. So I'm coming to the council to ask if there's anything you can do to partner with your constituents, patients, the healthcare system, and put more pressure on Atrium. By the way, December 4th of 2023, I did a story on WPTV with Claire Cosby. I actually reached out to the media to investigate. And unfortunately, it's the same thing. Oh, there's a lot of people moving to Charlotte. What is the path forward? I prepared a 75-page PowerPoint presentation with research. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get it to you guys. It is a comparison between Atrium and Novant, all of the counties and what's going on, the top 10 issues here with Charlotte, some of the lawsuits. I've compared it to best hospitals in New York, Presbyterian. I've talked about or identified other representatives in this 6 months. I've reached out to state representatives, agencies, so on and so forth. I did not reach out to the proper parties, but I figured I'd start here with all of you, as I know you can do something with your jurisdiction, not anything, but what can we do to partner? What's the way forward? So I'm asking if the council can work with me, your community. Councilman Rodriguez, I live in Ballantyne, so you are my representative, District 7, and obviously Councilman Johnson. Okay, yes, the bell is ringing, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Thank you. Our next speaker is Christine Edwards. There, up there, okay.
Good evening. Hi, Mayor Lyles, council members. I'm joining you all today not as a stranger, but as a partner in community engagement. I see some familiar faces here, and I have not been in front of you all in some time, but I wanted to share my experiences with you these past couple of years as a longtime Charlottean and as a business owner. So as you all know, I believe that community engagement is a cornerstone of trust and accountability, and we can all create a better quality of life through community engagement. And that's the mission of my company, Civility Localized. So first, I want to commend you all for the efforts that you've put in to improve the procurement process to allow for more DBEs and MBEs to participate. And I have benefited tremendously through these relationships, and I want all small business owners to understand the importance of small business inclusion. And I also want to commend the city on increased efforts to engage the public, but there's always more that can be done. So today I stand before you to advocate for increased transparency in local government. When residents see how their tax dollars are being spent, how policies are made, and how decisions are reached, they're going to be more likely to believe that the government is working for them. So I urge you all to continue to keep your doors open, share more information, and be accountable to those that you serve. So I want to end my time in front of you by inviting you all and all of those who are listening to join me as we officially launch the Civic Impact Academy, launching fall 2024. This first of its kind initiative will convene government leaders and community leaders in a cohort-style program to learn from one another on how to deliver equitable community engagement. Government leaders will learn empathy through participants' lived experiences, and community leaders will learn how to navigate local government systems. Both audiences will have benefited through social capital and relationship building. So this program is for anyone who has ever tried to get new sidewalks or stop signs installed in their neighborhoods. Who better to pair them with than the city planners, budget analysts, and PIOs that know the ins and outs of the local government budgeting process. Applications for this program open July 1st, and our first workshop begins in September. So I encourage you all to get in touch with me to learn more or visit civicimpactacademy.com. And I'm going to leave you with a quote from Nelson Mandela. Education is the most powerful weapon with which you can use to change the world. So how will you all change the world today? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Douglas Saul. Douglas Saul. Okay. I want to come back. Joshua Beasley, have you arrived? Thank you. Please come down. Hi, up there.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Appreciate y'all giving me the opportunity to address y'all today. I'm actually here today to offer our services as a community partner. I am the owner and CEO of a number of programs that benefit the community. We have Rockwell Development Center, which provides day treatment services to youth who are having problems succeeding in traditional school environments. We have therapeutic foster care agencies, which are making a difference given the loss of group homes and things like that that we experienced after COVID. We have reentry services that we are currently implementing as well. And we have a new program that we're getting ready to implement, which is an after-school social-emotional learning program, which is free of charge to Medicaid recipients, and essentially is meant to bridge the gap where the schools are trying to do triage with these kids, but are coming up short due to the funding issues and all the other issues that they have to deal with on a day-to-day. Sometimes the social-emotional learning part kind of falls by the wayside. Our program is Medicaid funded. We provide transportation. When we do an intake, we do a basic needs assessment at the child's house, which allows us the opportunity to assess their hygiene, their clothing issue, the food. We then utilize our partnerships with our nonprofits and other communities to get them those necessary food, clothing, and hygiene products. We also have community partnerships that allow us to provide transportation for these kids at no cost to the parents or the kids or the schools. And we also have partnerships that help us address the drug addiction issues that currently happen in a lot of these families. And then we also have intensive services that we're allowed to bring to bear on the families themselves. Because as we know, if you have kids that have issues, more than likely you have a home with adults that have issues. And all of this is provided under Medicaid. So we're looking to provide these services so we can partner up with you guys. Let us know how we can use those services to help, as you guys are more in touch with your constituents and you know the needs of the people that you work for. If there's something we can do to help them, we want to be there to help them. We consider this to be a partnership between ourselves and the city of Charlotte. I'll cut it short. Thank you again for listening.
Thank you. Eric Willis, did Mr. Willis come in? And I think that is the rest of our list. So, Mr. Saul, Douglas Saul, are you in the room? Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have any other people signed up? So, thank you all for coming down and expressing your goals, your attributes, knowing that we have a lot of things to do in our community, and you help us inform what we have the ability to achieve. So thank you very much. So we're going to begin with our formal agenda tonight, and that agenda is for, our first item is item number 8. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on the public hearing on general obligation?
No,
So
ma'am.
we do not have any, we need to open and close the public hearing for item 8. Do I have a motion to?
Mayor, move to approve action A, B, and C.
All right.
Second.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further discussion on this? All in favor of all of the items that we recommended in the motion? All in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Mr. Bakari opposes. Thank you. All right, so that moves us to item number 9, and is the policy section of our agenda. And this is the time that we talk about, are there any updates from the manager's office? Mr. Heath?
No updates from the manager's office.
Right answer, right answer. All right, so the next item on our agenda is much more serious than that. The next item is the policy item for tonight is the Katie Blessing Center. For item 10, do I have a motion to
Second.
approve $2.5 million from fiscal year pay-as-you-go in support of the Katie Blessing Center overall capital campaign to develop a pediatric behavioral health care facility, and authorize the manager or his designee to negotiate, execute, and amend the necessary contracts?
So for A and B, does that need to be clarified?
Anyone, any comments or questions? All right, we have Ms. Molina, followed by Ms. Johnson.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I'll make my comments brief. I just, with the support of my colleagues tonight, I want to congratulate the StarMed team on bringing something to our area that has not been seen before. It's the first of its kind mental health facility for a demographic that has been underserved in our area, in our region, across our state. And so I am excited to, with the, again, support of my colleagues, to potentially be a partner. And just going back to speaking to the Starmount team in the beginning of their, in the beginning of their vision behind what this would be, It was really Starmount putting their money where their mouth was. They came in with a $20 million implementation of their own money to say, this is what we would like to do for our region, for our area. And then they went to our state. Our state became a partner. Our county is now a partner. And, hopefully we will become a partner tonight in this area, in this facility that is in District 5. It's on the east side. And it will be on the Central Albemarle corridor, actually right in front of Eastland. I've seen the projections of what it intends to look like. I think the vision is absolutely amazing. And again, I just want to congratulate the team for having the courage and the vision to take on such a large vision and something that would benefit us in the city, the region, and the state. And that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to piggyback off what Councilmember Molina said. We are honored to support this. This is a behavioral health facility for youth. So when the individuals got up and spoke about juvenile justice and reentry services, this is a strategy or a resource in the community. It's going to help to address the mental health for juvenile. When we were listening to this as a committee, we learned that 99% of the individuals who are involved, the youth involved in the juvenile justice system, have history of mental health. So it's exciting to address this proactively, and we're looking forward to supporting it. So thank you.
All right. Any further comments? Hearing none. We have a motion on the floor. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Two-handed. Anyone opposed? All right, then that motion passes. Thank you very much. We are looking forward to the opportunity. We see too much of mental health issues and not enough places for people to be able to access. So thank you very much. All right, our next item on our agenda is the Bank of America Stadium Improvements Project. Now, before we begin this, a couple of things I need to say. We do have a number of speakers that would like to participate before we begin our dialogue. And in that case, because we have more than 15 people signed up, you will have a 2-minute speech limit. So if you did it for 3, begin to chop it off. And so that we can do this 2 and we can hear from everyone. But let's begin with the motion so that we can begin to work from this. Is there a motion to authorize the city manager or his designee to negotiate and execute agreements between Panthers football and Panthers Stadium, collectively known as Tepper Sports and Entertainment, and the city of Charlotte, and the amount not to exceed $650 million for Bank of America Stadium improvements and a new field house to include with the terms listed below? And we have that on our agenda too as well, the terms, and we'll go into that in more detail. But let's hear from our speakers, our public. I do need a motion. Do I have a motion?
Move action A and B.
Second.
Mr. Graham makes the motion and Mr. Mitchell seconds the motion. So now let's begin with our speakers. And I'd like to have Miller Yoho come down and followed by Joe Boss.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Miller Yoho, and I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the stadium renovations. Professionally, in my role at the Charlotte Sports Foundation, we look to bring large, high-profile events. A lot of these are in Bank of America Stadium, the Dukes Mayo Classic, Dukes Mayo Bowl. Yes, we're the people who dump mayonnaise on coaches. But we also have an economic impact, and as I started to prepare for this conversation, I want to share some things that you might know, and this is all pulled from zip code data. 40,000 people visit for each one of our college football games. 40,000 visitors come to Charlotte. Roughly 68% of the fans who come to a college football game in Charlotte, they're from out of town. On average, they book 24,000 hotel room nights, and that helps us generate $17 million of direct economic impact per football game. To me, these underscore the economic impact that each of these games have and the importance. Additionally, these renovations, we've already talked about in our office, what we can do to bring more events to Charlotte, what we can do with more just facilities, things to do. And then also, I want to speak as a personal citizen. This is something that I'm for. This seems like it is well thought out by the city. It seems like it's well supported, and it's something that you should vote for. And then for me, I'm someone who grew up in Gastonia. I remember in 1996 when the stadium was built. It felt different. The city had energy. And I'll admit I was a little bit late. It wasn't until 2015 that I really got on the bandwagon. But that year, that stadium felt different than anything I'd ever admit. We still talk about how it shook at that NFC championship game. And now I'm a parent. I get to watch another generation of Carolina Panther fans grow up. And there's two things that become apparent. One, they know Atlanta's the bad guys. And two, they still call that stadium the Mayo Bowl. No matter what they see, what version of the city, any picture, that's the first thing they see. We call it Bank of America Stadium, but that's their city pride. That's what they view. That's the thing that they identify with as Charlotteans. And for me, that really underscores the importance of this building.
Thank you
Perfect.
very much. Appreciate that. I think all of us like the Mayo Bowl, especially when they eat out of the gallon jugs and ugh. Okay, all right, so Mr. Boss.
Thank you.
And Will Pitts would follow after Mr. Boss, okay?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening. I'm Joe Boss, Chief Advocacy Officer at the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance. Thank you again for considering these important upgrades to Bank of America Stadium. We support the proposed investment in Bank of America Stadium, which is a key economic driver for our city and region. In Charlotte, we have a long history of making progress through public-private partnerships. We are united now for this project, and we can point to a history of consensus and collaboration on important projects that are beneficial to Charlotte. We've come together before, and the results have been transformative. The impact we have seen and felt from major public-private partnerships in our community, like Charlotte Douglas International Airport, UNC Charlotte, the Arts and Culture Campus, the NASCAR Hall of Fame, Spectrum Center, and the ACC relocation are undeniable. In all these instances, the business community and elected leaders came together to contribute ideas, resources, and effort to do something positive for Charlotte. As we look to support and advance the next chapter in our public-private partnership story by upgrading Bank of America Stadium, the business community is united in our support. With many opportunities for public input, you've heard from people in many sectors of our economy, including hospitality, restaurants, and local shops, and businesses of all sizes whose employees frequent local establishments and the stadium. There's broad support from the business community for these upgrades. As the voice of business, the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance thanks Tepper Sports and Entertainment and the City of Charlotte for being willing to make such critical investments in this community's future and encourages the City Council to vote yes on this proposal. Thank you.
Mr. Pitts?
Good evening. My name is Will Pitts, and first and foremost, I want to thank you for your time tonight. I'm excited to be here this evening to speak in favor of the Bank of America Stadium renovation project. As the Chief Operating Officer for the Charlotte Sports Foundation, an organization whose mission is to drive high economic impact and enhance the quality of life for those in this community through high-profile sports and major events, this is not only a very exciting opportunity, but an imperative one for our city to consider. As someone who's worked in the sports industry for nearly 15 years, but called Charlotte home for almost 30, I've witnessed firsthand the transformation and growth of our community since the Carolina Panthers decided to call Charlotte its home back in 1996. Since that moment in time, the sports and entertainment industry has helped grow our community into one of the most vibrant uptown areas in the country. It also uniquely serves host to most of our major sporting events in a centralized location. So as you consider this very important topic tonight, I ask you to remember just a few things. First and foremost, the Bank of America Stadium is a community asset. It serves host to the Carolina Panthers and Charlotte FC, and it will continue to do so for the next 20-plus years. But it's also served home to some of the largest concerts and college football games in the country. Furthermore, Tepper Sports and Entertainment has made the community asset available to us for other needs, such as mass vaccinations during the pandemic when an outdoor venue was required, or highlighting some of our local high school teams through high school football games. So we need to continue to invest in an aging building, and we need to continue to make it one of the best outdoor stadiums in the country. It'll help us with our future efforts to recruit some of the best sporting events in our community and in our country. So I thank you for your consideration and this investment that will yield a great return for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Longo, would you have You are our next speaker, and Reverend John Cleghorn follows you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Lyles. I'm David Longo, the founder, chairman, and CEO of CBI Workplace Solutions. I also serve as the first vice chair of the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance. I wholeheartedly support the investment in Bank of America Stadium. Why? Because I was here before it existed, and I know what we have today. I appreciate each member of the City Council and Mayor for you considering this proposal and this important step forward for the city as we ensure a state-of-the-art facility is here for years to come. I also want to acknowledge the leadership of Tepper Sports and Entertainment for their commitment to upgrading Bank of America Stadium. At CBI Workplace Solutions, we employ 140 people. We also support small business, medium business, and large businesses throughout our region that employ thousands of people. We aim to help businesses create a workplace that better supports what they do for their clients and community. We also have expanded our reach into the community through our Live, Love, Serve Foundation. We're invested in this community. Thinking even more broadly, this proposed investment in Bank of America Stadium likewise will result in a modernization of one of the fundamental economic assets. The stadium has been open for 30 years and has only recently begun regularly housing non-football events. This includes the addition of a home slate of matches for Charlotte FC. I might add, my 3- and 6-year-old grandchildren love those games. And additional concerts and other events. The stadium is really a great selling point for talent. As we try to grow our community, it's important that we attract and retain talent into this community if we want to continue to grow and prosper economically. CBI as a business owner who's also involved with the Charlotte Alliance in our efforts to grow the economy, advocate for business, we appreciate you considering this.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Reverend Cleghorn. And then following Reverend Cleghorn is Mr. Jonathan Stewart.
Madam Mayor and council members, good morning, good evening, and thank you for your time, and happy Pride, by the way. Let me start by saying thank you. You have difficult, exhausting, and often thankless jobs. Your job is to decide priorities, what matters the most to us all as a community. Not a singular vote or issue, but what, as a city, do we value the most? The Nobel laureate and human rights advocate Elie Wiesel said, when someone suffers, and it is not you, that person comes first. His very suffering gives him priority. Tonight, you're asked to vote on a highly charged matter. Whatever you decide, true suffering is not really at stake. There's an old story about a Samaritan who reached across lines of difference to care for a traveler in need. The Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King said that 2 passers-by found the man and said, if I stop to help this man, what will happen to me? The third, who actually helped the beaten traveler, asked a different question. If I do not stop and help this man, what will happen to him? The first question, you might say, is a business one or perhaps a political one. The second question is a moral one. The difference, Dr. King said, is that the one who stopped and helped acted with what Dr. King said was dangerous unselfishness. After tonight, I think all of our neighbors will still be praying, especially those who suffer, that our city values them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pastor. All right.
Hello.
Mr. Stewart.
Y'all can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, I'm Jonathan Stewart, former Carolina Panther, and I owe my presence here today to this incredible team, the Carolina Panthers. Getting drafted here was hitting the jackpot for me. Being born and raised in Washington State with roots in Georgia, the Panthers gave me a chance to come back to the South. Every offseason, I traveled and trained across the country. But by March, I always found myself missing home. And that home was the Carolinas. Football opened doors for me and many others. I met my wife here, started a family. We're deeply focused on giving back to the community. I have a bond with men that I will cherish forever, a connection with the city that welcomed me like I was their own. I currently coach a middle school football team with some former teammates of mine. My daughter plays soccer here, and me and my wife showcase local businesses through our company, Charlotte Lately. The stadium renovations don't just enhance fan and player experiences. They embody what the sport of football does for Charlotte. I know firsthand that Panthers unite people from all walks of life, bringing them together in the spirit of sport. The fans deserve this, and the community also deserves this. The name Queen City isn't just a title. It represents grace, strength, and vision. As stewards of this city, we must uphold these qualities, leading with integrity, pursuing excellence, and seizing opportunities to elevate our city. This is an investment in our city's future, economy, and residents. It signifies our dedication to growth, progress, and the relentless pursuit of excellence that defines the Queen City. Let's embrace this opportunity to build a future where the Queen City shines brighter, even more so than it did in 2015. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Our next speakers are Douglas Wilson and Larry Shaheen. Right. It's not a contest. It's not in the front row, they're not supposed to be there, but I don't know, it's just the two of them.
I guess I'm before you, right?
Mr. Wilson. I just want to say, ladies in the front row, we have a policy that we have our signs behind that. So if you wouldn't mind, just so, I know it's kind of like we have it, but we are doing this to make sure that we're safe up here as well. So thank you. Thanks very much. Okay. Mr. Wilson.
All right. Good evening, City Council. My name is Douglas Wilson, and I am the owner and founder of Alexander Wilson Consulting. I've lived in Southwest Charlotte now since 2001, 2002, and I'm here to ask you to vote in favor of the Panthers Stadium renovation. I'm a Panthers fan, long-suffering one, and I remember when I first moved here, I worked at a healthcare firm off of Tyvola Road, and I remember the traffic of the Hornets Forum being there. And I always found that very exciting. I loved seeing Alonzo Mourning play back in the day. In fact, I actually mimicked some of his moves, even though I was only 5'9". But I remember when the Hornets left because we did not build that arena for them. And then we got the Bobcats, which wasn't that great in my opinion. And I remember how much that hurt the city. And the reason why I'm here to ask you to vote for the renovation of this stadium is because I don't want to see the Panthers leave, and I know a lot of folks in the community feel that, that they haven't won a game in a while, but the Panthers represent Charlotte, and they represent the growth of our community. And so I stand here before you as a small business owner and as someone that's been in this city now, I can't believe it, 20-plus years already. I have made this my home, and I really want to see the city continue to grow. And I've seen it grow a lot over the last 20 years. So I ask you to vote in favor of this. And unfortunately, I don't know why, but I always have to go behind my friend Larry Shaheen. So thank you very much.
Mr. Shaheen.
I should be saying how unfortunate I always am to have to go behind Mr. Wilson and try to match his standard. Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor, staff. My name is Larry Shaheen. I'm an attorney here in town, and my address is 333 West Trade Street, right up the street. I am a proud Charlottean. I am proud of this community. I'm proud of what we built. But when you look back in the history of the city, not just 40 years ago in the early 80s, you look out just up the street Uptown was not what it was. It was different. It was desolate. It was not what we expected. And then what happened? A lot of folks who were a lot smarter than me and a lot smarter than the rest of us in this building and that sat on that dais said, we're going to change this city. And they did. The Hornets, the Panthers, the work that was done to turn our Uptown into one of the most vibrant locations in all of the United States. And how was that done? Through public-private partnerships. Through folks who are willing to work together to engage, to create something that otherwise wouldn't be able to happen. And of course, that is something that takes courage. This vote's not easy tonight, but I'm here to ask you to vote for this proposal for two major reasons. One, the cost of doing this now is significantly less than the cost of what it will take to replace this. For those of you who may or may not be paying attention, the state of Kansas is currently actively courting the Chiefs. The cost that they're estimating for their new stadium is $3 billion. Think about that for a minute. And tonight we have an opportunity to put a one-for-one direct investment into our community. I ask you for that support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next two speakers are Lamberto Valilia and Scott Bryan.
Lamberto Avila.
Irene, sorry. I have a language coach over here for me, and I need it desperately. So, Ms. Molina, would you introduce?
In council, my name is Lamberto Miguel Avila. I'm the co-founder of Daily View Pools, a swimming pool construction company that exists to build outdoor spaces that inspire time together. I'm also an alumni of UNC Charlotte and of every small business program in the city. Most recently, I participated in 2 government contracting programs, including the City of Charlotte's Contract and Development Academy and Business Launchpad, which opened up my mind to the possibility of government contracting for small businesses like myself. I'm an MBE firm, first-generation college graduate from a low-income family, graduated in Huntersville, and I believe this project will provide opportunities not just for the tourism industry, but for the contracting and small business community in Charlotte. So I ask you to move forward with the renovations as myself and 50-plus other contractors in this program that the city put together recently would be more than interested and happy to participate as a small subcontractor in that, project. Again, when you look at programs like this, like most recently the Spectrum Center, there's been a lot of push for MBE firms and contractors like myself to participate, and is there an opportunity that it's relatively new to us. And a lot of last thing I'll notice, when people think about renovations, people think about the finishes, but then often think about some of the things that make a building operate. As an example, the air conditioning, and also the loading dock, which will provide our market to be more competitive against other cities. Our current loading dock at the Panther Stadium is pretty small, so the renovation hopefully will increase that and also provide opportunity for small businesses in our community, specifically MBE firms, to participate in this renovation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Our next speaker is Scott Bryan. Come on down. Thanks for coming back.
Is that Scott?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Scott Bryan, and I was here last week, and I have encouragement to come back again this week. I'm writing to express my deep concern with the rushed vote on the $650 million tax-funded investment to the stadium without fair public input or fair access to more details. I think if we really want to speak truth tonight, that's what this is really weighing on people, and I hope it's weighing on each of you. It is well known particular records are repeatedly denied by the council to citizens and media, including the chronic unpublishing of written minutes. This is just not who we are as a city. What burden does it pose to a body of government to recognize when a project launch involving a partnership with the private sector still deserves additional time, still deserves a democratic process? The Economic Committee did not fulfill its responsibility to build in enough time during these long negotiation discussions for public or council input. I don't know anybody in this chamber tonight that can dispute that. I just think this is common sense. In addition to a few of my earlier points, it's still not clear to the public why was a mere 15-year non-relocation clause negotiated instead of a 30-year deal that other cities have currently secured. And again, environmentally, what is happening to all these plastic stadium seats that are planned for removal? The mistrustful political climate across the United States is at a breaking point. When elected officials lead with common sense, it is a much-needed antidote to our pervading cynicism of government. Many implore you to demonstrate, if not the voters, to the younger generation that speaking up does matter, like our Councilman Brown hosted last week. There was just so inspirational to see the youth here. If democracy is like a forest, this council is cutting down our largest trees if the democratic tenets of due process and transparency is ignored. In closing, if you vote to approve the deal tonight, the public's perception that the light that initially called you to serve has dimmed. Thank you.
Our next speakers are Ian Albuquerque, Q, and Juan Irvin. Next speakers, Juan. Come on down. Yes, thank you. And is Mr. Ian? Oh, yes, no. Come on.
So, good evening, members of council. I'm here to oppose this particular bill, or whatever it's called. Professor Dr. Craig Debkin from the University of North Carolina, Charlotte, argues in his paper that 3 decades of research on economic impact in sport events found scant evidence that hosting such an event generates the benefits and commensurated with the public subsidies, i.e., he's making the argument that subsidizing these type of buildings do not have the return on investment that we're claiming that they do. For the city to recuperate a $650 million investment, the stadium would have to generate $8.9 billion in stadium-related sales. That is, if the sales tax was to remain at 7.5. On June 12th, city staff did a presentation entitled Bank of America Stadium Investment in Community Assets. In it, it claimed that the stadium generated $1.1 billion in 2023, and it generated $54 million in taxes. And it cited an impact and economic report paper by Dr. Tom Reagan. However, that particular paper is not available on the city's website. I urge council to use the hotel tax in places such as the Bojangles Coliseum and the Owens Auditorium, who desperately need this. My point is backed up by another article written by Atlantic not too long ago on May 8, 2024 by Dan Moore. He argues that about $30 billion has been spent in the past 3 decades, not to include tax exemptions for these type of renovations, and they do not have the return of investment that they are promised. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Corey Carell and Dante McCory.
Did you get one?
Hello, hello, council. My name is Corey Carell, and I want to thank you all for allowing me to speak here today. Having spent over 3 years working in economic development, I just want to take some time today to express my full support for the proposed improvement project at Bank of America Stadium. I firmly believe the improvement plan for the stadium is a vital investment in the future of Charlotte. This initiative promises to invigorate the local economy, enhance the city's national profile, and provide substantial benefits to residents and visitors alike. These upgrades will better position Charlotte to attract high-profile events like college football, domestic and international soccer, concerts, and more. Bank of America Stadium is well-positioned in Uptown Charlotte to support small businesses nearby. Keeping those local businesses stimulated is critical to the local economy and quality of life standards we have been accustomed to. The commitment to quality of life has largely driven Charlotte to be in the position to make these types of upgrades. Tourism revenue has an outsized role funding the public portion of these upgrades. It is my belief that continuing this commitment to Bank of America Stadium will further spur tourism and opportunity to upgrade our city in the future. Just like sports, the city of Charlotte is in constant competition with other cities to attract companies, workers, residents, and visitors. We have seen other teams in cities like Buffalo, Jacksonville, Nashville, and more make similar public and private investments into their respective stadiums. In order to remain competitive on and off the field, it's critical that Charlotte not fall behind the 8 ball. Investing in the stadium also demonstrates a commitment to preserving a key cultural asset for Charlotte. Bank of America Stadium is more than just a sports venue. It's a community gathering place that fosters city pride and unity. By supporting the improvement plan, Charlotte is investing in its own identity and future, ensuring that the stadium remains a vibrant and integral part of the city's landscape for years to come. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Mr. McCory? And little Master McCory's, I assume.
Got to start them out early.
Yes, that's right.
But I ain't going to take too much of your time. I don't even need the full 2 to 3 minutes. I'm an owner of multiple businesses. I just want to say in simplest forms, I think it's a bad deal, and I wouldn't do it. But it's the reason why y'all are sitting up there. And tonight is going to show, did we make the right decision? That'll be all.
Oh, thank you, and good evening. Thank you. Our next speaker is Grace Fendrick, and followed by Garland Green. And welcome back.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming back.
I am here to speak on behalf of myself and over 537 others who signed a petition against this proposal. I would like to start off with a few statements that I would urge everyone to remember as we go through with this vote. Number one, this is not a public or community asset. It is a private asset of Tepper Sports and Entertainment. Two, this funding is primarily coming out of the pockets of Charlotte residents through the food and beverage tax, so we should have a meaningful say in how it is spent. Three, the money being used is not required by state law to only go to stadiums or hospitality interests. State law requires it be used for tourism. You are choosing to have such a limited and strict interpretation. Now, last week I made it clear how disappointed I have been with the handling of this issue with public notice of only 3 weeks for a project that was told to me has been underway for over a year and a half. But today, I'm going to focus on the proposal at hand. Economists across the board and political aisles agree that publicly financed stadiums are bad deals for cities. We will not get a return on our investment. There are ways to make it less bad, like giving the city some ownership in the stadium and/or the teams. Demand they give us some stake in the game. Plus, if this deal is as good as it is being made out to be, why are private investors not jumping at this opportunity? Because it is, in fact, not a good deal. Additionally, a recently reported clause mandating subsequent city councils to meet with TSE about funding a new stadium in 20 years is disgraceful. What is even the point of the renovations then? You are handcuffing future generations to your failures and mistakes. Also, it just shows that TSE is not looking to leave. Given the reputation of TSE, it wouldn't surprise me if they approach other cities and across the country, they might be met with a poetic drink to the face. The city has the power here. Unless TSE wants to completely relocate, not just 1, but 2 teams, they will stay here. We have the power. Use it. Call their bluff. Vote no.
Mr. Green, thank you for coming back. Thank you for coming back. You please begin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, my name's Garland Green. I live in South Charlotte. Ed Driggs is our good council person. I read, whoever did this write-up did a tremendous job. And I want to congratulate them. I didn't see it before today, and it answered a lot of questions that I had in my mind. And I just kind of wonder why something like this wasn't posted on the Charlotte website way before now, because I think it would ease a lot of the tensions that you now feel. So think about that. Now, Ed will tell you that I get into the weeds a lot, into the detail, and there are 3 things here that I have that I couldn't find in here. And you don't have to answer them today, but if somebody will get back to me, I'd appreciate it. It all has to do with what I call the hospitality tax. I want to know what the rate is, the percentage rate, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5%. I'm interested to know how many dollars are generated annually for the hospitality tax. And thirdly, I'd like to know how many dollars are in the current fund. So if somebody could get back to me, I'd appreciate that. Now, the next thing that I want to talk about, because we're spending $650 million, what I call inside the gates. But how about outside the gates? People, and I've sent you emails and some of you responded to it, but I think it's important, is people come down early to these games and events, and they like what I call party hardy. They like to pop up tents, they like to eat food out of the back of their cars and things like that. And we do not have world-class, first-class, hardly any class tailgating facilities. I've been down here and you're tailgating on gravel lots, uneven, whatever have you. So if somebody could get behind that, if the Panthers and the city could get behind that, I think that would be a big benefit to us all.
Thank you. I did enjoy your email, though. It was really great. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So that ends our, Madam Clerk, anyone else? So this concludes the public forum list of speakers for this item. We have a motion on the floor now, and so I'd like to recognize the chair of the, gosh, I forgot where we are, with Malcolm Graham, with our Economic Development Chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening, everyone. I'm probably going to talk longer than I want to, but I think it's really important that we establish the terms of the deal for the general public, next steps if this is approved for the public, and then, Madam Mayor, I would like to explain to the public why I'm voting yes on the deal. First, I'd like to acknowledge and thank the members of the Economic Development Committee, Councilmember Mitchell, Councilmember Molina, Councilmember Bakari, Councilmember Driggs, and the Mayor Pro Tem, Councilwoman Anderson, for their support and their participation formally and informally over the last several months and weeks. I really appreciate their input, no matter how they vote tonight. I want to thank the members of the committee. Tonight, we have before us a policy document for approval to provide a public-private partnership between the City of Charlotte and Tepper Sports and Entertainment to renovate Bank of America Stadium, home of the Carolina Panthers and Charlotte FC, one of the only stadiums in the country that has 2 professional sports franchises. Bank of America is well over 30 years old and has been the corporate and the community meeting spot for decades where folks come for sports and entertainment. The stadium is owned by Tepper Sports and Entertainment. The land which it sits on is owned by the City of Charlotte. The council was first briefed about the possibilities of a renovation project in January of 2023 at our council planning retreat on the campus of UNC Charlotte at the Marriott Hotel. Informal talks between the city management, the economic development team, legal, and Tepper Sports began from February to November of 23, informal talks and negotiations. In December of 2023, formal negotiations began with Tepper Sports and Entertainment, council was advised of that during an executive session in December of last year. In January 2024, council had the opportunity to visit Bank of America Stadium and took a tour and had the opportunity to meet with key members of their leadership team and saw the condition of Bank of America Stadium, as well as review a 800-page report, at least I did, of some of the recommendations for stadium upgrade and approval. In May of this year, the management team brought for the City Council for approval and consideration the deal that we're talking about today. On June 3rd, the Economic Development Committee met for the first time and publicly discussed the private-public partnership. On June 3rd, we had a council member readout. On June 10th, we had action review where the council had an opportunity to review it. On June 12th, we had another ED committee meeting. On June 17th, we had a public comment session. On June 17th, we also voted for the rezoning for the practice facility. It should be also noted that we had at least 4 executive sessions throughout the year where council had the opportunity to discuss and talk about the private-public partnership between the City of Charlotte and Temper Sports. In addition to the public comments, we had a website where we received well over 600 comments. Comments opposing the stadiums, right around 51%. Those support is 27%. 22% fall in the category of wanting a new stadium, wanting the team to improve their on-field performance, a wide variety of other topics related to the deals. What came through loud and clear, and we acknowledge, at least I acknowledge, that there were some trust issues related to this deal. The Rock Hill was mentioned often. Eastland was mentioned often. And on-field performance of the team was mentioned often as well. I believe, however, that the variable that makes the most sense for me is the $1.2 billion of economic development return on the investment. The funding source for the project comes from the Convention Center Fund that was extended in 2023, but for that extension, we would not be having this conversation here today. I want to thank the Hospitality Travel Alliance for going to Raleigh, getting the type of commitment from the General Assembly to extend the tax so that we have the opportunity to have this conversation here today. I want to remind the public that these funds cannot be used for public safety, for sidewalks, for education, homelessness, strictly related to resources that are narrowly tailored to travel and tourism, not general operating expense. The renovations will modernize the building. As I indicated before, you can argue about the numbers, but we expect to have a $1.2 billion economic impact, which goes to support those who work in the travel and tourist industry, waiters, waitresses, busboys, bellhoppers, small business owners, Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, all will feel the impact of this particular deal. The terms of the deal. Stadco is commenced to start working in 2025 and to complete the stadium work in 2029. The city funding will contribute $650 million, where $688 million will come from Temper Sports and Entertainment. Again, the source of the funding for the city will be through the travel and tourism tax. It should be noted that city funds, when we're paying for work at the stadium, city funds are paid after work and specific projects are completed. City funds are paid directly to companies doing the work on the project. These are contractors who hire individuals to do the work to complete the renovation. Temper Sports and Enterprise funding between 25 and 29 will be $150 million. They will also be responsible for any cost overrun. In addition, Temper Sports and Entertainment will also expend no less than $421 million on capital repairs, renewals, replacement improvements, and operation maintenance to the stadium. Again, the $421 million is guaranteed. After execution of this agreement, the city pays $115 million of its $650 towards the field house. Tepper Sports and Entertainment agrees to a 20-year no relocation term for both the Carolina Panthers and Charlotte FC. The city and Tepper Sports will, in terms, work on traffic management up to $1 million that the city will pay, and Tepper Sports will pay the city $500,000 annually for the use of and improvements of the stadium facilities. The city will also provide access to the Cats lots. Cats will enter into an agreement for the use of the Cats lots to include usage within the rezoning approval on June 17th, 2024. There's been talks about a new stadium all over the news over the last week, and I just want to remind everyone the language does not establish that there will be a new stadium in 2046, but acknowledge that the Bank of America Stadium will be 50 years old at the end of the current proposed agreement, and that the two parties will need to address that. It's also a protection measure for the city that established as soon as the two parties would begin those discussions and creates a forecast and a timeline for future city and staff ownership. A similar provision has been included in agreements with the Hornets related to the Spectrum Center renovation and is in common stipulation in stadium arena agreements. And so it's aspirational, and we cannot bind another council to what will happen in the future. Lastly, there's community benefits. Tepper Sports and Entertainment has negotiated with us 27% minority and women's participation goals, 15% minority business enterprise, 12% women small business enterprise. They have agreed to ensure that as prime contractors track and report payments made to MWSBE subcontractor. This is include ensuring contractors report MWSB utilization. The city will use our reporting system to verify payment and verification as well. Lastly, civic support and community engagement. There's a wide variety of community engagement aspect in our materials. For an example, Tepper Sports will give us 7 annual days to use the facility, develop a sports management seminar, hosting the Black Sports Business Academy for HBCU students, and a wide variety of other intangibles, community benefits to the community. The council members have this listed in their documents, and again, the gentleman referred to it being in the council packages, so it's a public document for everyone to read and review through the community benefits. Lastly, on 2 points. One, not in our notes, but Tepper Sports and Entertainment and staff have agreed to an annual check-in with council to update on construction projects, completed and upcoming projects, status of MWB participation, and community engagement initiative on an annual basis. And we'll work out the details on that. But again, there will be a check-in on an annual basis where we will say, how are you doing? Where are you going? And so that we can make sure that there's a clause, like, trust but verify, right, that these things are getting done. And it's just not for Tepper Sports and Entertainment, but any large-scale projects that we should do, there should be a check-in from those that we're participating, i.e. the Pearl, and other agreements that we've already made at this dais. And then lastly, sustainability. We received information in the package today by email. Tepper Sports and Entertainment will work with Honeywell to audit energy conservation measures with special attention given to sustainability, recycled waste, carbon emission, water conservation, and air quality. Lastly, if this deal is completed and approved tonight, the next steps would be for a contract development, which would go from July to around September, October. October and November, council will vote for the financing of the deal. We anticipate in February there will be the local government consideration of the vote in Raleigh of the deal, and the funds will be made available in March. Again, the funds will go to contractors directly, not to Tepper Sports and Entertainment. Over the summer, the city team, finance, economic development, the manager's office, and transportation all will be working to dot I's and cross T's And legal, for sure. And legal, to dot i's and cross t's to ensure that occurs. And that brings me to a question, Madam Mayor, for the city attorney, if I can.
Please.
Which is, trust but verify is something that I've been saying for the last year and a half. Trust is the agreement that we will vote on tonight. The verification is the documents, dotting the i's and crossing the t's. Can you explain to the council the process for tonight going forward from a legal perspective that protects the city interest and investment, and how that will be enforced moving forward?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilmember Graham, and I look forward to other questions from the council as well. What you have here are what we call deal points. This is the negotiations that have been put together primarily by the Economic Development team, coming from Ms. Dodson, and I think she's identified Jim Leonard, who's a sports-based attorney who's done a lot of these deals, and David Abrams, who you've met before, is very experienced in the financing of these deals. So what you have here are the deal points. That's basically the outline of what it is that we're about to do. So after tonight, depending on how you vote, we will be shifting to taking these deal points and putting them into legally binding documents. And this is the work where, although the action is to authorize the city manager or designate to negotiate and execute agreements, there's a heavy involvement from the city attorney's office to make sure that all of these agreements come together as the deal points are put out here. So, and just, a bad example is, we're not going to go out and negotiate a $700 million contribution from the city when you said 650. That's going to be the number because that's what's in this document going forward. But oftentimes, as you get into negotiations, there are going to be little tweaks here or there, not in terms of, changes, material changes to the agreements, but as you go down, the parties, and that's where it's important for the parties to make sure there's a clear meeting of the minds going forward, and that will take some time as now the attorneys, and I've got a team of attorneys. I've got people with real estate experience. I've got people with direct contract experience on these deals, and then myself when I've done both of these types of things, where we'll come together and have those conversations and then put these deal points into enforceable contracts. I don't want to make it sound like the deal team is no longer a part of this. In fact, we should all be working hand in hand, and that includes economic development, finance for sure, general services, possibly even CATS, or whatever department needs to come together. This is now Team Charlotte going forward with us playing the legal role of bringing this all into legally defensible and enforceable documents. That's the critical part. One of the things that I've heard is, what happens if one of the parties defaults, and that's part of the process by which we're building in provisions for if there is a default, what happens, going forward. I know that there have been some questions about what that looks like. That's literally what it is that we're going to be doing from this point forward, and that's how we handle all of our, certainly in the time that I've been here, this is how we've handled this type of structuring of these documents going forward. And there's going to be back and forth, as there typically is on this, but we will be negotiating very hard, as we always do, to protect the interests of the city and to anticipate potential situations where this may go haywire, and make sure that we're protected in that regard. And the other side is going to be doing the same thing. That's just the natural part of the process going forward. So again, and I'm happy to answer more questions, but what we're doing, and this, what you have in front of you is not a contract. It's not a legally binding contract until we put it into a document that's ultimately executed by the parties going forward. It is certainly my hope, if you choose to approve this going forward, that the parties are going to be acting in good faith to come together and have an actual agreement that hopefully we can all be proud of should this council decide to move forward. So I've tried to give you sort of a general, but there's going to be a lot of heavy lifting from the attorney's office. One interesting thing that you all have done in recent deals is that you have stated on the record the expectations from my office in terms of not only doing our job, but making sure that you understand the status of the negotiations. And if there are any any, changes, material, non-material, what have you, you should absolutely have a clear understanding as to what we did at the end of the day. And that's very important, and I think in the last sports deal that we did, that was very clear that you wanted that kind of feedback, and that deal is not quite done, but you'll get that from me. And if there are things that you want from me in terms of those levels of assurances as we're going forward, I'm happy to make sure that you all have all the information that you need, not only in terms of what we're doing tonight, but that we're doing what we said what you're expecting Team Charlotte to be doing going forward, and that's the general process.
Thank you. And again, tonight, what we're doing is voting on the policy document for approval tonight. So it's the policy. And now, Madam Mayor, I'm going to shift and talk about why I support it as the District 2 representative. And what I took earlier was just kind of laying out the deal points for the community. I love Charlotte. I believe in Charlotte's growth. I believe in the people of Charlotte. I've been here and understand the nature of public-private partnerships, and I strongly support the $650 million investment in Bank of America Stadium because I'm deeply committed to the growth and the vision of our community. This investment is not merely about enhancing a sports venue, but also about making a strategic decision that supports the city's broader goals in multiple sectors. First, the investment will significantly bolster Charlotte's travel and tourism industry, which is critical as 1 in 9 individuals work in this sector. This includes the various roles, as I indicated before, in terms of the waiters and the waitresses and the busboys, the Uber drivers, the stadium ambassadors, the employees in hotels and small businesses. By improving this stadium, we create more opportunities for these individuals and ensure that Charlotte continues to be an attractive destination for tourism and events. Moreover, the investment plays a vital role in supporting the recovery of Uptown Charlotte post-COVID-19. The economic impact of this thriving area is estimated to be $1.2 billion annually. Revitalizing the stadium will stimulate economic activities, drawing both local visitors and adding the financial rejuvenation of businesses that have been struggling during the pandemic. Nationwide and international branding opportunities are another significant benefit of this investment. As the Carolina Panthers are set to play in Germany later this year, we have a unique opportunity to showcase Charlotte on an international stage. This exposure not only enhances the city's reputation, but also creates avenues for corporate recruitment, international partnerships, fostering economic growth and innovation. Furthermore, the project will create numerous jobs and contracting opportunities, particularly for minority communities and firms, as we work towards making our city more affordable, inclusive, equitable. These opportunities are essential for empowering diverse segments of our population. Finally, the stadium will bring a wide variety of community benefits, from hosting significant events that bring citizens together to offering programs that engage, uplift our youth. The revamped stadium will serve as a community hub, enhancing our city's vibrancy and unity. In summary, the $650 million investment in Bank of America Stadium is a forward-thinking initiative that aligns with Charlotte's vision for the future. It supports economic growth, tourism, community enrichment, social equity, making a worthy investment that will yield returns for our city and our residents. I urge the council to support the amendment on the floor. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. I know that Ms. Mayfield had her hand up, and I thought it might just be easier, so we'll start with Ms. Mayfield, and we'll come around to Ms. Ajmira, and then we'll just come around on our dais. Say thank you.
Thank you,
Right.
Madam Mayor. I actually have a couple of questions for our attorney. Mr. Baker, it was noted in both emails and comments tonight regarding what has been identified in our language, the economic impact. And what we are potentially looking at tonight, with this just being an overview without having the actual details, are there any clawbacks that are there in regards to this suggested economic impact if it's not met? Or is there the ability in the conversation to add details to ensure that something like that is codified?
So I don't know that there's anything specific in the deal points that have been provided to you. But again, this is part of the negotiation process. I believe, and I don't have in front of me past documents for the Bank of America Stadium, but we'll be looking at those things again to maximize the protection that we have for the city if, for instance, there's, and this gets back to those default provisions. For instance, the number $421 million, that is a guarantee of the Panthers putting that in. And there's an expectation that 421 million means 421 million, not 380 million or what have you, as they will have the same expectations that $650 million from our side doesn't mean 500 million. It means 650 million. And if the parties do not fail, that they'll be in default of the contract, and there can be penalties for that. What that specifically looks like is that's what we're putting into the document going forward, and that's basically what we're going to be doing for the next few months, is to secure the promises that the parties are making to each other, but also secure the potential defaults should a promise not be made.
So right now, these are an outline of promises where I personally have concern is at the very beginning regarding authorizing the city manager or his designee. That doesn't mandate that it is the attorney's office to go full in, unless I'm looking at that incorrectly. Because I believe, just for clarification, that we've had language before that basically stated once the details were codified in contract, the contract still came back to council before actually moving forward and releasing funds.
I have, and it's interesting you say that, I have seen RCAs in the past, and I'm talking 10, 15 years ago on some of these, where I would call it the decision paradigm was different. And it was the attorney then that was bringing the contract, but that's not the decision paradigm that we have here. What we've been doing since I've been here has been, the process that we have right now, which is that we bring the deal points to you, and that gives us our marching orders to go forward.
So how long have you been with the city?
Since 2019.
Okay, so immediately after 2019, we went into a pandemic, so we had a whole new world of how things move forward. For me, I would be a lot more comfortable if we utilize previous language, because we have never been here before where we're talking about this dollar amount. The last time we had the major Panther deals, it was what, 75 million, so that broke down to like 12 million a year over that period of time. Even then, that language, the final language, came back to full council for council to be able to review it prior to. So I'm wondering, do you have, as our representative, that is your main responsibility is the protection of Charlotte, as well as this council, have any concerns in the deal points that as far as you being able to legally codify based on the few years that you have been in this role and other deals when it came time to negotiate the specifics of the deal?
No, I appreciate the question. There's nothing in the deal points that would come to our attention as saying, no, we can't do that. We can't pay, for instance, if we didn't have, there's special legislation that allows us to put money into stadiums above 60,000 seats. If we didn't have that legislation, or we couldn't do something, I would certainly, I would have told the negotiating team long before we got here, hey, you can't do that, we don't have the legislation to do that. So there's nothing in here that says this can't be done legally. Basically, the issue, the hard work, the lifting is, again, reducing all this to legally enforceable documents, but nothing that's been provided here is a non-starter, or, we don't have the authority to do that going forward.
So it was noted in here, hopefully all of council had a chance to speak with not only the leadership of TSC as well as our economic development leadership. We have in here a line stating TSC is committing to 10 apprenticeships and working with contractors that prioritize utilizing local workforce throughout the project. There's no clarification, are we talking about 10 annually, 10 over 15? I personally push for it to be 12 to 14, because for the amount of money that we're talking about contributing, we should be able, to me, that's under the community good as far as the apprenticeships, and for the apprenticeships to be imagined well beyond the workforce piece, because there's a lot of administrative behind the scenes positions. You have college students and high school students that study in sports management. To me, that falls under that category of having an opportunity of an apprenticeship, not this limited. When it comes time to actually negotiating the details, because this language that's in front of us is what we're being asked to approve, do you foresee any pushback to, if you were to say, okay, well, 12 to 14 was identified with some clarity on annually, as well as multiple opportunities within the TSC administrative offices between the two organizations. Do you see a conversation which you have shared with us previous with other conversations? Well, no, council approved this, so this is all I have to do.
No, so, and that's an excellent question, and using this as an example. If, for instance, as we're papering this document, the number came down to 5, my response would be, what we put in front of council was that there would be 10 apprenticeships. So if you're changing the deal, then we need to let council know that. If that number grows to 12 to 15, or there's something else that occurs, I mean, the number, certainly at a floor should be 10, but that's part of the negotiating process. If there's a desire for more apprenticeships or an opportunity, and that's where that conversation comes in, where we're sitting down, talking with them, and when we get to that area, we can talk about what they had in mind as we're papering this going forward.
So still on that line, again, so that I have clarity, what we have in here is working with contractors that prioritize utilizing local workforce through the project. That can be interpreted as being the organization that introduces versus for $650 million, I would think TSE is who is going to be identifying opportunities for apprenticeship. So if there is a different interpretation, I want to ensure that when it comes time for the negotiations, what we are not saying that we are committed to is the loose language that we've identified today, because this language specifically identifies something versus saying within TSC is saying TSC is committed to apprenticeships and working with contractors. That could be 5 and 5, whatever. I want to make sure that there's a clear understanding, because for my colleagues who are new and for those who have been around for a while and worked under our previous city attorney, we remember that the contract, when it came to us, when it got to this point of coming around the dais, there were some very clear points in that contract. We have the records on it. We have the deal points on it. I have a copy of an old one. So there was a time prior to 2019 where these deal points were clearly negotiated prior to council then voting on. And then there were additional deal points that were identified later. So I want to make sure that I'm understanding clearly. One, you just stated that you do not have any concerns regarding being able to negotiate, although I have a clear concern with with authorizing the city manager versus stating in A or B that this should come back to council once the deal points are identified. You have stated you do not have concerns with being able to clearly negotiate the expectations of this council to protect the city.
So I want to be clear, it takes two to tango on these things. So when we're negotiating, there's a meeting of the minds. And we're going to be taking these deal points, and then as we're putting them into documentation, there needs to be a meeting of the minds going forward. And we'll certainly take what we have here and move forward, and we'll also have the deal partners as well, Ms. Dodson and her team, in terms of, what these things need to shape up as we're negotiating the process with the, and this is on all of these issues, quite frankly, not just this. Because again, what's here is not a contract. And as we're sitting down with folks, it is going to be, hey, what did you mean by this? This was my understanding, this was your understanding, and hopefully we'll start off with, yes, we were all together, this is a meeting of the minds. But sometimes you find out in these conversations that there isn't maybe a meeting of the minds, and there needs to be some further discussion on these things. And that's the part where, and that's not atypical in negotiations. That's literally, I am shocked if it is, okay, here are the deal points, and then it just all falls into place in 2 days. It's often, what you mean by this? Well, that's not what I had in mind. Okay, well, then let's talk about that, and there's some negotiation going forward as well. And that would be with all of these, not with just one in particular. Hopefully, the majority of them, we're clear, we move forward, we knock it out, but there may be, some things that take a little bit longer, and that, quite frankly, is natural in the negotiation process.
So, for me and to my colleagues, I would like for us to consider a process that was previously used, where if council decides to move forward with these deal points, then we are to direct the city manager to bring back to versus what we have in Action A. So I guess it will be an amendment to Action A versus the language of authorize the city manager or his designee to negotiate and execute the agreements for the Panthers. Somewhere in this language, a sentence, if it is in the form of an amendment for me, is for after the deal points for this contract to come back to council. Because at the end of the day, city manager, city attorney, economic development director, TSC, are not the ones that went to the community and asked the community to support us. However we land, we all need to feel comfortable with that yes or no. For me, I would feel a lot more comfortable because unfortunately, there have been too many times over the last 3 years where when it came time to identify the deal points, we receive information that is different than what we as a council thought we were going to be getting based on these deal points when it came to contractual obligation. I will feel more comfortable. So I would like to put that in form of an amendment. I hope I can get a second on it. That's going to be up to my colleagues.
All right, so Ms. Mayfield, I'm writing that down as a deal point to come back to council. So let's go ahead. Ms. Ajmira.
Yes. Oh, excuse me, did I need to have a second on that for it to be a part of the discussion?
I wanted to get everybody's because I don't know if someone will want to amend it or have more about it and trying to do it so that we can come back to all of it.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Ms. Ajmira.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Mayfield raised some really good points. This past month has been really challenging for all of us. I've heard from a great many of our Charlotte residents, our constituents, and our voters. On this issue, their positions are hugely different, and they fall into 3 categories. 1, those who say yes, and this very small number are chiefly business folks who derive personal benefit from the stadium. However, among them, I've heard from some entrepreneurs that I highly respect, Jay Patel and Tony Sani. 2, those who say no. I have to tell you, the overwhelming majority of responses are in this group. Many spoke to me about the flawed philosophy and policy, which I share, that allows wealth to be transferred from the poorest among us into the pockets of billionaires. However, this policy
I asked at the beginning if we would allow the council people to speak, so thank you.
However, this policy can be modified only by the state legislators and not by us. 3, this last group, probably the second most numerous, is in the middle. They want to see the details of this deal. They want legal protections in place that my colleague, Councilmember Mayfield, raised. Rightfully so, when you're dealing with a partner who sadly has a long history of not following through on his commitments. I was helpless in answering the concerns of this last group. Why? 1, I don't have the details of the terms myself. True, we were invited to read it, but we were not provided a copy to study. And that's not the same thing at all. 2, I don't have a copy of the economic impact report. So important, we are talking about $1 billion or more in economic impact. 3, I don't have a copy of the payment schedule, which I've requested numerous times. However, as an elected official, I'm expected to cast my vote on the largest investment of public funds in Charlotte's history. A $650 million proposal without all facts before me. I just cannot do it. My conscience simply will not let me. I personally know many entrepreneurs in this room, and I can guarantee you that no one will sign off on a capital expenditure of this magnitude without seeing the contract, without seeing the missing information. And you should expect no less from your elected officials. This process is totally lacking transparency. Well, before I continue, I have 2 questions for our city attorney, Mr. Baker. How have you structured deals of this magnitude historically?
So my time in the other jurisdiction and my time here are 2 different ways of doing it. As Councilmember Mayfield mentioned, in the past, there was a different structure, a different decision paradigm where I think there was still a deal points check-in, and then the attorney was sent out to go negotiate and bring it back to council for what was probably a perfunctory at that stage check-in with the council. And that is what I was used to prior to coming here. Since coming here, we've done a different paradigm, which is the paradigm that you have in front of you, where we bring deal points, where deal points are negotiated, and then we get your sign-off on that going forward, and then we go put the documents together with this, the language that's in front of you, the negotiate and execute language as well. So I've worked under, I mean, there may be other paradigms as well, but now I've worked under 2 paradigms, and I think that I've brought in for, my time here with council, contracts that have, definitely protected the city going forward. We haven't had any of these contracts come back to bite us, or we've forgot something. And we've got a very experienced team that works under both paradigms as well. I think the documents at the end of the day are going to be the same. I think it's a little bit more work on my end to make sure that there's clarity, because I find myself now going back to this document to make sure that there's, we're staying in line with the deal points that have been put together, and that's my guiding process going forward. So the short answer is I've done it both ways. There may be other paradigms as well, but I've done it both ways.
So you have, excuse me, so you have done it both ways. So what you are seeing here is what started with the city of Charlotte, not historically what you had done in Durham, where you were used to having a contract in place.
That was how it was done in Durham.
And
yes.
I think that's what Councilmember Mayfield had raised prior to Mr. Baker's appointment as the city attorney. under Bob Hageman, we had the full contract in place. So this situation of not having the term sheet and the contract is unique to Charlotte in recent years only. So to my second question, based on your experience and the concerns that you have heard from my colleagues, Councilmember Mayfield, Councilmember Drakes, myself, Johnson, and others, what should be our process for approving the deal of this magnitude?
So that's a really good question, and it's a tough question because you actually create the decision paradigm. How this comes to you, it comes from the council. So to answer it, as I said, I've done it both ways. My team will work just as hard regardless of the paradigm in terms of making sure that there are protections for the city going forward. But ultimately, it's what you're comfortable with as a body in terms of those check-ins. And I would say, again, in the last deal that we did, the comments, I think, were very strong about the expectations of making sure that there's clarity going forward and that you understand how the deal ends up. And I will certainly, when that deal concludes, you will have a clear report in terms of what we did, how it stuck to the deal points that were provided, and that we successfully negotiated that once it's complete.
I want to make sure that every city council member is able to read and absorb the information and get an assurance that our city and our taxpayers are fully protected before we cast our vote. So I'd like to make the following motion, and that's a substitute motion, that we authorize the city manager and the city attorney to negotiate agreements between TSC and the City of Charlotte for Bank of America Stadium improvements and bring those details back to the council prior to execution.
If you've written that down, would you please pass it around for me, because I couldn't hear every statement.
Let me repeat.
So,
Based on council's insight, I make the following substitute motion. Authorize the city manager and the city attorney to negotiate agreements between TSC and the City of Charlotte for Bank of America Stadium improvements and bring those details back to the council prior to execution.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second for a substitute motion, but
Mayfield had one first.
she has an amendment.
She had an amendment.
She has an amendment.
Oh, we
She
still
stated it
deny
as,
it. Gotcha.
I'm sorry, I can't,
Everybody gets to say it.
Mayfield said an amendment.
Yes, I made a
Yours
substitute
making
motion.
another motion. Now, because we have a substitute motion, we'll continue to go around the dais to have council members. So I'm going to, Ms. Ashmira, have you concluded?
Yes, I
All
have.
right, Ms. Brown?
Wow. A lot. And I'm just gonna add to it. Don't know where to start. I'm looking at my inbox, and I've gotten emails from the business community. I've gotten emails from people, constituents that supported me and voted for me. I got telephone calls from people that think that, you know, they have affluence in the community. But for me, I love the city of Charlotte. Born and raised in the city of Charlotte. Lived in District 3 my entire life. Entire life. And that's public record, can be verified and checked. I can repeat every address. District 3 is growing, is one of the fastest growing districts with development. We have a lot of crime in District 3. We have a lot of people that can't afford to go to the Carolina Panthers games in District 3. I ride up and down West Boulevard from Still Creek. I use 160 every day, and I come to the corner of West Boulevard and Remount Road. And when you get to the corner of the 1500 block, I make a right. And I go to the first street, and I make another right, and that's Cowles Road. We own property on that street, and that's the street that I live on, grew up on, Revolution Park. And those children, they run around the streets, never ever been in the Panther Stadium. May never even get a chance to look at it and see what it looks like. For me and my constituents, and for the people that put me in this seat, that voted for me, I heard them loud and clear. I heard my colleagues say key economic drivers. I want to shout out Scott. Brian, you're amazing. Grace. And Reverend, I think it was.
John Cleghorn.
Who was it?
John Cleghorn.
Whoever the Reverend was, we only had one in here. So he was amazing. I see the signs for the animal shelter, which I support. $650 million is a lot of taxpayers' money. We know that the hospitality fund is for the stadium renovations. We understand it has limited uses for the stadium. I saw something today in the email that just blew my mind. And I want to go to it. We have an obligation to be at this dais, to take the tough questions, to answer the tough questions, to read through the emails, and it's not easy. I see the business community in full effect, in full swing. But today and tonight, I'm representing a different community. I'm representing a community that can't be here. A community that may have mothers that's working 15, 16-hour days, that may want to voice their opinion about what they think should happen in our city. And I know that this money is allocated specifically for the stadium. So let's be clear. I understand that for the record. But I also want to be clear on people that matter to me. People that matter to me are the people that have a voice that needs to be elevated. It's the unions that we ask to vote for us when we're in our campaign season. It's the children that want to go to the Panther Stadium that may not ever get there. When someone suffers, I think the Reverend said this, if I stop to help, what happens to me? I'm the person that stops and helps. I remember when I swore in and I took an oath at this dais, and I said, the day that I can't serve my community and my people, and there's been a lot of pressure, but I have to unapologetically stand in my truth. And unapologetically standing in my truth is standing for the people that can't stand for themselves. We have strong members on this council. They've negotiated the deals. I haven't been here long. I've been here for 6 months. They've worked on it, but something that stuck out with me was the last speaker. He said he read the document and it provided a lot of insight on him. But where was that document before today? Why didn't we get it? For me, it's all about transparency. We have to continue to have transparency. And I think we're missing that. Everybody on this dais have their voice. This is mine. When we go and we look at the 600 people, let me pull it out. I don't want y'all to think I don't know what I'm talking about. I went through every last one of these, and I went through these while I'm grieving. The loss of not one grandparent, but two. But my commitment to this city, one grandparent, my grandfather's been buried. My grandmother, we're doing it Saturday. But my commitment is to this city and the people that put me in this seat. I went through every one of these. We put it on the website. And I was told that it's not sufficient. Well, why is it out there? Why is it out there? And you want to know what? You can get a copy of this. And the majority was no. I marked with an X for no, a definite no. I marked with a check mark for a definite yes. And then I drew a slash for those that said something about, oh, we like to be outside, we want to top, we're burning up in the summertime. I can't go over every last one of these comments, but I went through them. It was my homework. And then we got something in our packet. These comments were on the website from the constituents and the community. And I don't want the business community to think that I don't care about them, but I have to elevate the voices of the people that can't elevate them for themselves. Because we have a lot of business people out here that's smart with the numbers and economic development and $1.2 billion. And it sounds good, don't it? It sounds real good until we get Mr. Tepper angry again at TS Sports. And then he, might throw something at city council. I'm being very, very honest. The behavior of someone that's asking us for $650 million is ridiculous. $300,000 fine for that. How much would city council have to pay if we throw something on somebody? Going into, and I didn't take a lot of phone calls for a reason. My council members would say I'm pretty transparent. So let me use my transparency right now. I told somebody I thought about voting yes. And so I really took my time to do my homework and my research at what we were doing. I got the packet, I read through it, and we got a graph. If somebody can help me find out where that graph is, because I know we have other intelligent, degreed council members waiting to speak. I'm looking for the graph. They had 50% no, 29% yes. Where's it at? 'Cause I want to speak about that as well. There's a reason why I didn't answer my phone. I want to use my voice for my people, for my community, for white, black, Chinese, Asian, Hispanics, LGBTQ, the folks that may never ever step into Panther Stadium. So we got a graph, city website comment things. So I'm going to shorten it in a minute, I want to read what I got here. So if you look at it in the blue, I don't know if you guys can see this, very, very small. Somebody got a picture of it, I'll just speak on it.
They can put it on the screen.
Well, we can get it up on the screen, that's fine.
Put that on the screen.
We would have had to do
I want the
that ahead
graph,
of time.
I want the graph up because I want to speak on the graph.
We would have needed to do that earlier.
I don't know how to do that. Yes. I'm not sure that we have the,
The ability to put it up, or we don't have it on?
now, but I think if everyone has the opportunity to look at this,
Everybody got it in their packet,
Yeah.
but it's really for the people in the audience to see.
mhm.
So while we negotiate and you guys get all of the policy piece together and the legal piece, for me, it's the voice of the community. It's the community engagement. It's that young lady that stood up there and that's gonna be starting a civic engagement committee, and she want people to join. Those are the communities that I wanna be a part of. I wanna be a part of a city council that has transparency, that our voters and our constituents know that when we're negotiating deals, we're negotiating their best interests. And I don't think we're doing that with this. So on this graph, I told you I went through 600 pages. It's not 600 pages, but it's
600 comments.
to be exact. I went through every last one. I mean, it might have went over to 700. 753. And the majority of them was no's. But what I was told when I asked the question was, we can't use this. We can't use this. There's no transparency in this. How do we know that the person didn't vote more than one time? How do we know that they don't live in the city of Charlotte? But if we have information out on the website like this, then why would we use it? Why would we allow them to comment if we can't control the narrative of that? This is very important information. And at the top, it says, share your feedback on Bank of America Stadium upgrades proposal. Your input is appreciated. So if your input is appreciated and we don't value it, then we shouldn't put it out there. We shouldn't put it out there. That's that. 700 pages right here. 700 comments. So on the graph, then we got 50% oppose, which was blue, use funds elsewhere, which we've already said that we could not. 29%, which is colored graph in orange, support, approve, using public funds. And then there's a gray, 5%, ensure city protections. So people don't care about the city being protected at all. 10%, design the roof and new stadium. 1%, was a lighter blue, improve on field performance first, and then 5% other traffic equity timing and process. Whenever you talk about elected officials and people sitting in a seat that makes decisions for the 14th largest city in the United States of America, you would want people at the dais to be able to communicate clearly to you what we're going to vote $650 million on. I am one that cannot, so I will not support it at this level. I'm not saying that it's not an economic driver. I'm not saying that it's not going to bring in jobs and resources. We know that everybody loved the Carolina Panthers. I do. Been following them since 1995 when the Ray Caruth incidents happened. So tell me and Sharika Adams that I don't know what's going on in the city of Charlotte and the Carolina Panthers, because I do. I remember that negative publicity that Ray Caruth brought to our city. So I've been following them since they started. But what I want people to know is when you send me an email as your servant in this seat, because it's not mine, I'm sitting in the seat that's elected for the people, by the people. If I lose the seat, it's because the people don't want me here anymore. But I'm going to do the best that I can do, standing in my truth, trying to figure out what we can share on this deal. I don't have enough information. I don't feel comfortable moving forward with it at this level. And from all the emails that I got, not finished yet. Someone emailed me today. They were a little upset about the speaking, and I just wanted to bring that to public. So, there were some speakers that spoke. I know that Grace and Scott both spoke, and they spoke amazing, twice. And so this person that emailed me said that their voices were being silenced, and that's not fair, okay? If we're gonna give people opportunities to speak, we have to let everybody speak. We have to be sharing that same common ground. So if they get to speak twice, they was just here, then we need to let other people speak. So I have a problem with that. Per our phone discussion, I received your online speaker sign-in form below requesting to speak this month. However, since you recently spoke on 4/22/24, you will not be eligible to speak again until 7/22/24 or later. To enable speakers an equal opportunity to address the city of Charlotte, an individual may only speak at public forums once, quarter for 90 days, where we have Grace and we have Scott, so that's certainly not true. We got to clean that up. We cannot do that to our constituents. This was signed by Tamika Ingram, office manager, office of the city clerk. So when my constituents email me and tell me that we've silenced their voice and they can't speak, and then we have other people in here speaking, that's a problem. So I have this and I have a copy of it, if anybody wants to see it. So as I'm gonna close, because I know some people think I'm rambling, and that's fine. I think sometimes people get up to they ramble too, okay? I need to be able to speak for those that cannot speak. I want to speak for those that need their voice elevated, and that's why I'm here. I have nothing to gain and everything to win. If you want to know, I have some great things going on in my life, okay? So I really want to serve and be the best servant that I can be for the people that put me in this chair. And in doing so, I want to share that they said, do we care about people that are being recriminalized? Do we care about people that are sleeping under the bridges? Do we care about people that cannot afford to live in this great city that's going to have this affluent stadium that has such a large attraction and people coming into it? Do we want to make sure that we are giving the same economic opportunities for everybody in my district? That's not happening. On Nation Ford Road, on West Boulevard, on Old Steel Creek, if we go down and we go down in Colony Acres, even if we go in Steel Creek, if we look at the scales that are unbalanced, I just want everybody to know that for my district, the reason when you called me, the reason when they called and I didn't answer is because I want to spill out for the people that care about me and put me in the seat. I need to use this seat to elevate the voices of everybody from all Democrats, okay, of life. Not just black people. Yes, they are heavily, heavily oppressed and suppressed, but not just them. As I stated, all nationalities. With me serving in District 3, in order for me to look at this deal and make sure I can explain it, if I can't explain it, then I can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Johnson.
Oh, you're not going to, are you going around or?
Well, we are going to go around, but Ms. Molina said, let's go around to start with you, and then we'll get to Mr. Mitchell.
Okay, okay. So I'm just going to just follow what my colleagues have said. They've brought up some great points. Councilwoman Molina, Ashmira, and Brown, so thank you.
Melina hasn't spoken.
Not Molina, I'm sorry, Mayfield,
One of those
Ashmira.
M's.
You know you're gonna be good. Okay, so anyway.
One of those M's.
We've talked about economic impact and economic driver. We've heard that, I'm sure, in the news dozens of times. There's a document that's cited, and Mr. Euban, who is a District 4 leader, reached out to me earlier, and he also said it today. He wasn't able to find that document, although it is cited. So it's possible that it was a consultant or something, and it was emailed to Tepper or emailed to the city, but it's not something that we've seen. So when you talk about transparency, that is a concern. So thank you for that question. There's also something that was said that we've been talking about this deal since January, I think, 22. I think one of the council members said. But I can recall in 2019, when I was interviewed by The Observer, a question about the stadium. So unless The Observer, you guys had a huge scoop, or you were psychic, this is something that's been in the community for a long time. And I say that because we've been discussing it long enough that the public should have been engaged well before a month ago. When we talk about transparency, you've not seen the details because we don't have the details. We're working from a snapshot of the terms. So I have a question for the attorney. Mr. Attorney, you said that you weren't concerned, you didn't have any concerns with the term sheet. Because that's all we have. But you can't foresee any concerns he would have for the contract because there's not a contract. Is that correct?
So again, we're baking these into legal documents.
Right.
So, again, we want to make sure there was a meeting of the minds, and that's part of the negotiating process. That's the best that I can answer, is that's just, what we do when we're negotiating to try to get it boiled down to a legally enforceable document.
Okay, yeah. But this strategy, there could be concerns or something that the city attorney wouldn't be accountable to the voters if something were to happen. Mr. Tepper, it was mentioned that he didn't go to the community. He didn't come before council personally. So he's not the one that are accountable to the voters. We are. So I'm going to be supporting the substitute motion because it's our job to understand the details. There's not an entrepreneur that would go into any type of deal without knowing the contract. There's none of us that would even buy a house without knowing what's in the contract. You're not going to have a term statement and sign that type of contract for the largest purchase that you've ever made. So I'm going to be supporting the substitute motion because right now we know the what, but we don't know the how. And the how, those details are important. We've also heard trust but verify. This is not a situation that you would trust but verify. We need to see the details because that's how you avoid the unintended consequences, right? Because so many times they are foreseeable. I also wanted to say I love Charlotte also. And I can say that I think I'm the most recent transplant to the city. So I definitely love the city. I moved here because it's thriving. We can't argue that the Panthers that they are an asset to this city. However, it's our responsibility as council members, as leaders of this city, to be good public stewards. And in that, we need to know what we are voting for. And also, we also have to consider our priorities.
So at this point, I will be supporting the substitute motion, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. So we will, thank you, guys. I know that's one way to stay awake up there. Okay, Mr. Mitchell?
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council, and I just do have a couple of questions I think my colleagues have raised, and I think we need to be as transparent as we can with all the citizens who have provided questions to us. So, Teresa, do you mind coming? Let's talk about the financial and the payment. There's a lot of questions, and I think the big one is, do we write a check for $650 million to one person? So let's make sure we share with the public the payment schedule of our $650 million commitment.
Sure. So Teresa Smith, CFO, thank you for the question. So the way this would work is very similar to the way that we finance our other programs, right? So we would look at using 4 tranches or buckets of financing that would be based on the cash flow schedule. So those would be short-term draw notes, like a construction period loan, if you think of the way that you construct your house. So as the work is done, we would pay the vendors, we would draw down from that short-term note as that was happening, and then we would convert that short-term note to long-term debt, and that long-term debt would align with the term of the non-relocation agreement with the Panthers, so that we're not, or with the TSE, so that we're not financing anything longer than that non-relocation agreement.
So we use the word tranches, but I want the citizens to be able to understand what we're saying. So we're talking about a payment schedule. So from 2024 to 2029, 5 years. So are we making a payment per year?
No, so again, it would actually go to the vendors as the work is happening.
Right.
So the tranches that we outlined in the presentation was based on a cash flow estimate. And as we've said, that work would have to progress based around seasons and schedules. So that looks more or less like $150 million as the first tranche,
Okay.
$200 million as the second, then another $200 million, and then finally wrapping up with $100 million. But again, those would happen as the work is progressing. So it would not all happen at once, and it would definitely not be one single payment.
Okay. And so we talked about the tourism bucket, and I see some of my HTA stakeholders here, so thank you all for your work in lobbying. And Rod, as Councilman Graham mentioned. But one concern we have another important project that's important to this community. It's called the Eastland Project. So we want to make sure we have not exhausted all our tourism funds so we cannot do Eastland. So can you talk about the capacity we have remaining so we can do other things?
Absolutely. So you all will remember in June of '23, you all approved a resolution that basically set aside the $20 million for the Eastland redevelopment project. So at the time that that happened, we have reserved that capacity within the Convention Center Fund. So as we talk about additional projects that may come later, that capacity is still held for Eastland.
Okay. Thank you, Teresa. One reason why I would be supporting the motion on the floor is because of the MWSB participation. And I think one thing out there for our minority women-owned business is make sure we know we are intentional about reaching this 27%. Stephen, Mayor, do you mind if I talk?
I think you said that you wanted to support the motion. Motion on the table is a substitute. Why don't you just go right into the MWBE?
Yes.
And yes, Steve.
So Stephen, do you mind, sir?
So is he supporting your motion?
I think this is very important because we're talking about how do we change our community, and it's a great opportunity for us. And 15% for MBE and 12% for WBE is how we change the lives of our small business. So Stephen, can you, from your perspective, how can we make sure we hit that aspiration goal of 27%?
Well, the commitment that we received from City Council, the City Manager's Office, the Mayor, everyone on the government side, we have to receive that same level of commitment from TSC. You know, Attorney Baker talked about takes two to tango, talked about a meeting of the mind. We went through the dance with TSC. It was productive. You see what showed up in these terms, but of course the devil's in the detail, and as you bake this and bake it into the contract, that is really what's going to get us to a good start. Then of course there has to be real collaborations. There has to be communication between CBI, maybe some of my colleagues in economic development, general services, and we meet with them early on to understand those most challenging scopes of work that we know there's limited availability. However, there is availability, and then there's enough time to increase the availability. So all of that's going to be important. Of course, there's the reporting, the compliance side of it. We've asked that it be reported into our B2G system. They've agreed to that, at least at this point. So we feel really solid about that. But it'll take a lot of work. My staff has rolled up their sleeves since we started having these communications. And I am optimistic. But again, the devil's in the details. And I'll be really excited when we get to the end. And if that 27% is, and me doing the math, $175 million, I'll be super excited.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Mayor, Council, we other colleagues, let me just say briefly a while. I'll be supporting the chair motion moving forward and awarding $650 million for our tourism to what I call one of our greatest assets we have in this community, and that is the Bank of America Stadium. And the fact part of our term, we will get 2 additional days. And talking to Ms. Coleman, we talked about one of those days is HBCU Football Classic. You all remember last year over 48,000 people attended the North Carolina Central and the A&T game. And so there's a commitment in 2028 and 2029. We will have the opportunity to play that game in Bank of America Stadium. Then when I talked to Ms. Taylor about how do we really provide opportunity for HBCU students, and we talked about doing a sports management academy. We talked about really giving HBCU opportunity to learn on the management side and have an academy that understands sports. It's a tough decision for all of us, but as one of the longest serving councilmen, I feel like I'm old as dirt down here sometimes. We try to do what's best for Charlotte. I think you heard my council members mention about some growing pains or real pain on our citizens, and I hope our citizens realize we hadn't forgotten about you. That's why we passed a very good budget on June 10th. So we can do more than one thing in our great city. We can take care of those and offer better minimum wage. We could spend $100 million on affordable housing. We could talk about reentry program that now we're going to spend additional $250,000 to do. And we can help our tourism and make sure 2 of our professional teams, not 1, but 2 of our professional teams play in a quality facility, as we call the Bank of America Stadium. So I hope after this, whether side you're on, you remember you still live in the city of Charlotte. We can continue to work together to move the city forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I needed to gather my thoughts. I asked for a pass. So I guess I'll start from the beginning in that I've had what I consider to be a blessing to serve with 4 men on the Economic Development Committee, some of our most outspoken members at that. And so from the beginning of hearing this proposal, I will admittedly tell you that there has been additions. I mean, because our initial closed session was really just kind of an overview of the prospect of the need. And since then, there's been continuous development around what this project would be. And in any business negotiation, and listen, I represent East Charlotte, District 5 in East Charlotte, and I want to be clear because someone recently updated my language in that, we're a big city. And I think that's a very important part of mentioning 900 and nearly 17,000 people. We are the 15th largest city. In the last 12 months, we've had 15,600 people move to the city of Charlotte. That is a great sign. What that means and will continue to mean is that we have a destination location. That means that people see a benefit right now in being a member of our community. And that's something that we have to protect. And not to minimize, because I think back, like my colleague, the vice chairman of the Economic Development Committee, Mr. James Mitchell, and you're not old. You're seasoned.
Thank you, I take it.
Said in that, the Eastland project was I came into one of the most difficult decisions of my career, and I've done a lot. I've done a lot of different, very diverse things. And to come in and my first decision, the first weight that I had to hold was the Eastland Mall, formerly Eastland Mall, then now called Eastland Yards project. It was tremendous. There was a tremendous amount of pressure. And with the unanimous support of my colleagues, we were able to secure $30 million from this similar fund balance to hopefully bring home that project really soon. That's what we're looking forward to. But it was I have to admit also, in the same vein of talking about this particular project, coming off of that and then having to negotiate this, I was salty at first, y'all. I wasn't open. To be completely transparent with you, I was like, well, dang, I wouldn't be in this if Tepper would have just stayed in East Charlotte, right? Like, I was a little upset, to be honest with you. And at first, very reserved and seemingly closed because of it, because my initial thoughts was, does he even care about our community? But the responsibility that I hold in having the honor of holding this position is bringing both the voice of the people that I represent, and let me be clear, I was elected by the people of District 5 to be a voice towards making a citywide decision. That's what we're all here to do. We bring a voice that otherwise wouldn't be heard to this collective. Had it not been for the people with foresight to create district members, we wouldn't have diversity of voice. The purpose of the district representative is for diversity of voice, to ensure that we have diverse representation across the city, across economic demographics. And so with that said, I represent a demographic that is very diverse, one of the most diverse in the city. And this particular project represents American football and football, soccer, as we call them. And in the area that I represent, people are ecstatic about the game of soccer. Ecstatic. There's not many community members that I talk to that aren't ecstatic about the possibilities. Copa Mundial coming here, putting us on an international stage, and so many other opportunities. And I have to weigh that. I weigh that against, like Councilmember Brown said, right? When we get 600 or 700 community members that speak out of the 916,000, although that's a very, very, very small quantitative percentage of the human beings that we represent in the seat, they still matter. And so notwithstanding any of the percentages of humans that we've heard from in this particular process, but what we weigh in this particular decision is the $54.3 million of economic impact. The jobs. Jobs are important to everyone in the city in order for us to maintain how we live and where we live. And so we also we hold the ability to negotiate with the private sector so that they can create jobs for our community members. So, I mean, I can name a list of different things that, you know, would be good and would be concerning. I mean, I would be remiss to say that I didn't have any concern, but I've also had an opportunity to hear kind of the baseline of what this will be. And I got some specific details, if you'll allow me, Madam Mayor, because I feel like the person who can bring this to light would be Tracy Dodson. I think it's important to bring her up because there's something that I've seen that I don't know that it's public, but today's decision is an initial policy decision. This isn't saying that the council will not have another touch point with the activity of what we are reviewing today. And so, Tracy, if you can help me, there's a timeline that I'm aware of. If you can explain that, what exactly what's being proposed to us today, and what that timeline looks like for the council moving forward, and when we're anticipating coming back to this particular decision.
Thank you, Councilmember Molina. Actually, the way that we have laid this out, you do have a second vote in the future. You will vote on the financing anticipated some point in this fall. The way we did it with the Hornets is we told you we would bring you back the documents before you voted on the financing, so that you had them in hand and you could review them and you could see what was the final negotiation of the documents. So from tonight, vote on the terms. We would then work with everybody to create the documents ready for execution, and then you would vote on the financing of it in the fall. From there, Matt and Teresa go to work in working with the LGC and getting ready for the state approvals that would be required to then potentially unlock the financing somewhere in the first quarter of next year.
Okay, and that's good. And so stay right there, because with that being said, I know that there was some language that I had a question about because someone actually brought it to my attention. So I asked you. So another thing about this particular position is a lot of the times, a lot of what we do, if there's a question brought to us, we may not get right back to you in email, but if someone sends me a question or they reach out to me and they ask me something, I'll go to the source, knock on your door, I'll call you, I'll send you an email. Hey, can you help me answer this? I got someone asking. And so someone asked me about the traffic management that's in this language, about the city will pay up to $1 million annually to assist with traffic. Can you explain that? Is that $1 million additional dollars, or?
So I'm glad you picked up on that, because that is one point that has changed since we were in front of you with the deal last time. There's actually 2 deal points, and Councilmember Graham hit them when he went over the deal points. Initially when we presented, we did present that we would pay $500,000 a year in traffic management. This is an increase from the current $250,000 that we currently pay as a part of the 2013 agreement. So we were proposing to increase by $250,000 annually. That was, as we stated in presentations, that was because of the increase from about 10 events a year to more than almost 40 events a year. So we felt like that was warranted. 2 things that have changed is, one, we have increased that amount to up to $1 million a year. However, at the same time, Tepper Sports and Entertainment is now also paying $500,000 a year in rent for the city facilities that we're investing in in the building. So it's not a new additional financial commitment. If you look at the bottom line of money, it's not a new financial addition to what we have presented in the past. The additional $250 is on top of the $650. The $650 was for the construction years, and it's specific to improvements in the building and on the site. And then the additional $250 a year for the traffic management was in addition to that on an annual basis going forward.
Okay. And one last piece. Can you tell me, when you say traffic management, who is the beneficiary? How does that happen?
Well, the payment that we're talking about essentially is not going to TSC, and that's a great point to acknowledge. It's going to a third-party entity that we have with CMPD that pays the off-duty officers. And so essentially, that's where our funds would go to then pay the off-duty officers for time and management of the events.
I appreciate that point. So, just to be clear, just to restate, we will return to vote on the financing piece. Is that correct?
Correct.
That is in fall. And today, we're voting on what again?
On the terms.
The terms of the potential agreement as stated. And as our attorney said, once there's terms agreed to, then you start legal negotiations.
Yes. Putting it into a legal document, yes.
Okay? And we would then review that in coordination with the finance agreements. So these things, and again, I think, and I've had conversation ad nauseum with our attorney as well, just to be clear about that, to understand from a procedural perspective, like, what does this mean, right? Because it is important for us, make it very clear that I think there's no one at this dais who is not interested in protecting the interest of our community and our taxpayer. I don't think anybody here, I feel very confident that no one here wants to mess that up or have there be an issue or have there be something that we regret doing, right? And so I think many of us have done what we feel like is our level of due diligence. I, in particular, the way that I've done that, and I'd like to be completely transparent, is I've spoken to particular stakeholders. I've spoken to the TSC team. I've spoken to Joe LeBou ad nauseum because he's going to be my best friend after this. I've spoken to, our economic development director and their team and our city manager and my colleagues on the economic development committee to make sure that with what is available to us right now and still not negotiated, am I comfortable enough right now to say these terms I'm comfortable enough to move forward with? And for me, that answer is yes. 27% MWSBE means that there are 27% of our community that's going to experience economic impact that can change their families' lives. And that means a lot. That means a lot in the largest potential deal in our city's history, for them to have access to projects that can change the trajectory of their lives and their children's lives. I'm excited about that. I'm excited about some of the recent negotiations that have been put in the RCA to say that we would bring the HBCU Classic. And y'all know that was James Mitchell, all day, every day, who brought that in to say that our HBCUs could benefit from the impact of this decision as well. And so there are some of the benefits that I'm not saying, I will not say that they are outweighing some of what we've heard from the people that go to work. And I have to iterate, sometimes we seem, because we sit in these seats, that we're so disconnected from the everyday lives, but we have families, all of us. We all navigate the realities of being a Charlottean with our own different, and varied situations, and we feel some of the same things. That's the beauty of it all. And so none of that is lost. But that's my reasoning, and I explain, like, I had someone say, if you can explain it to a third grader, that means everyone understands. So I like to get as granular and as simple as I possibly can to make sure I don't lose anybody in my explanation. So I hope I've been as thorough as I possibly can in where I am and what my why is. I'm sure I'm going to hear from people for and against that, but that's where I sit, and thank you, Madam Mayor, for allowing me the time.
Thank you, Ms. Molina. All right, so now we'll start with Mr. Bakari, and then Mr. Driggs, and then we would have all have spoken, and we'll.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr.
Sure.
Driggs. And then the Mayor Pro Tem, sorry.
She said no.
Oh, my gosh. And then the Mayor Pro Tem, and then we will take a vote on the motion as well as the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Bakari.
Good evening. This was a very difficult process and decision for me personally, because I've been a strong believer that publicly funded stadiums have notoriously been bad deals for taxpayers. This doesn't have to be the case, but it's not easy to break the cycle we've seen historically across the country that is the case. There aren't many conservatives, I might add, that are elected officials left here in Charlotte, but as your neighbors, we make up 20% of this community, and you should know we take these decisions very seriously, and we set a very high bar for even considering topics like this. That's why I and many of my colleagues here proactively had working sessions in Tracy Dodson's office to get access to and perform diligence on all documentation that has been crafted and negotiated over the last many months, specifically including the negotiated and red line contracts that have been crafted by our legal and business teams together, and in its current state has 0 unresolved issues in the red lines from our legal department, which align to the deal points in front of us all now. I'm thankful to my colleagues who cared enough to take advantage of this option to have a meeting of the minds that was open to us all. The way I think about this deal in its simplest terms is to picture it as 3 phases. The foundation is number 1. From 2018 to today, TSE has invested $125 million and expanded the economic impact of the stadium from $600 million to $1.2 billion annually. Second is the expansion phase. As we now embark on phase 2 for the next 5 years, the city will invest $650 million on a specific and defined list of assets, while TSE invests $150 million. And that's all followed by the third phase from 2029 to 2045, which I'm just referring to as completion and growth, where TSE will invest $421 million on 3 things, and they will invest all of that money based on the contract that's been negotiated. Building things they didn't get to in phase 2, maintaining things that they did get to, and operations. I've articulated my desire to see a spirit of additional weighting placed on CapEx opposed to OpEx in that final phase, but that is the art of the deal that has to occur still. I have also requested in the final phases of this contract execution that we ensure that overtime pay is competitive with peer cities for CMPD and our first responders, that we ensure those officers required to serve on versus off duty due to staffing shortages in the department be paid at off-duty rates, and ensure those payments be made in a timely manner to the department for smoother budget processing. So the question that's left for anyone watching still at this point is, how do you know if this deal is good or not? $54.3 million in taxes will be generated annually in the MSA here, which means that we will have an 11.9-year payback period. Additionally, I, as a person deeply skeptical of this type of modeling by nature, believe we have made a forecast that can be trusted. The study that was done based on 2023 actuals, not forecasting. We've also performed comparative analysis on these forecasts alongside 2 other major league team stadiums as an additional mechanism to ensure numbers we can count on. In addition to that payback period, there are 4 quick reasons that have helped me come to the conclusion that this is the best stadium deal in the United States over the last 15 years. 1, we're going to see an explosion of economic impact over the next 2 decades in Uptown, and this will be a major driver. I'll give you an example. The U.S. Performance Center has been working in real time right now to recruit the World Military Games to Charlotte in 2027. And I've already gotten word the potential of these investments in our stadium is very compelling to them as they sit on the 1-yard line of this decision. That win would tee us up to win the 2031 Pan Am Games, which would then position us for the 2040 Olympics in Charlotte. I am fully convinced TSE is viewing the stadium not only as a great place to watch a game, but a massively powerful economic tool for our city. Second, we are not going to make future investments in CapEx or operating expenses. Our money is one time, giving confidence to taxpayers they know the true cost and commitment they will be signed up for. 3, TSE's commitment to maintain the facility ensures the stadium will remain in good working order, which is also an important factor ensuring the team stays in Charlotte. And then 4, having the defined and agreed upon injunctive relief we have agreed upon in this contract without set liquidated damages allows us the ability to go after amounts that would be more in line with future values equal to today's $650 million if the team were to attempt to leave. So I'll just say it simply. We will recoup our $650 million entirely and be in a profitable situation starting in year 12. The team almost certainly would not be able to leave here. In addition to this ironclad contract, I've been assured by people I trust this won't happen. And if in an unlikely scenario they do leave, we will be able to recoup our entire investment in addition to the ROI from tax revenues. So I'm going to vote for it. And there is absolutely no reason for us to vote for this substitute motion on the table. The work has been done, and those who haven't seen it chose that path. I have an RCA here on my phone, dated 4/22/2013, that says, in Action B, authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute reference agreements in conformance with the above business terms. Before Patrick Baker's time here, this was our standard protocol. This has been a consistent precedent of how we've done all of our deals here in Charlotte. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Driggs.
That was emphatic. First of all, I'd like to express my appreciation to TSC for their willingness to make this very large investment in Charlotte. It's a big commitment. I'd also like to welcome members of the team who are here. Nice to see you tonight. I hope you're enjoying the conversation. I am in support. I am strongly in support. I've been involved in conversations about this. I've looked at a lot of the terms that we're talking about tonight and studied them, and I've asked myself, what's missing? Is there anything missing that could come back to hurt us? I've had conversations with the city attorney about that, and I think at the level at which the council should consider these things, our bases are covered. There's a lot of stuff that has been referred to here, how many apprenticeships, or how do we know this is, and that's not central to the decision that we have to make tonight. We have to make a big picture decision, a major one. I will say that I am in support, but I confess it might be easier for me to just say no, frankly, because it is controversial. This is a tough one, and frankly, the comfortable thing might just be to say no, and I'm sure there are people here who would appreciate it if I did. The opposition to any public funding in one of these deals is a major factor. There are a lot of people out there who think there should be no public money for sports teams. And I agree that the economic impact analysis is kind of hard to interpret. Like, I'm not betting a lot on that number. I do think that if you invest $1.3 billion in our economy, you're probably going to see a result, right? But there are studies that have been alluded to by economists who say there is no economic benefit to these teams. And that interests me, actually. I'm trained as an economist myself, and if I performed a study that found that there was no benefit to these investments, and I then considered that the great majority of large American cities have NFL teams and partner with their owners with large amounts of money, my inclination as a scholar would be to go back and question my methodology. It's like the observable facts do not align with that particular theoretical exercise. So I'm scanning my notes here. Bear with me. I will also admit that we have to be candid. There are concerns about Mr. Tepper, about his wealth, the power that comes with his wealth, his ability to do what he wants, and publicity about some past events. I'm not going to get into those. I just want to emphasize a couple of things. For one, he personally invested $2.5 billion of his own money to bring a Major League Sports franchise to us, to Charlotte, and to become the owner of another Major League Sports franchise here in town. That's a lot of money. It's a big investment. It's a big commitment to our city. He has also invested $117 million in the stadium without the benefit of the agreement we're talking about tonight. He just put that money out there and is waiting for us to back him up because he wanted to get moving. He and Nicole, by the way, have been good citizens and have invested millions in charitable causes here in the city, and the media is not as interested in covering that. So when I look at the deal, I take a kind of big picture view of it. We put in $650 million, no more. The team puts in $688 million, including the $117 that they've already spent. They are further committed for $150 million to cover early investment and cost overruns, but they're also liable if the cost overruns exceed the amount that is covered by that. I also consider some of what I've heard tonight about less fortunate people in our community and how they're somehow excluded from this transaction because they can't afford the tickets or whatever. 27% MWSBE. I've never seen a number like that. That's $100 million, hundreds of millions of dollars that are going to be spent with small minority-owned businesses. I also look at many of the jobs that are created for the work that will be done at the stadium will go to lower-income people who will be grateful to have that employment. There are further jobs that will be created in the hospitality industry, and many of those are also for the benefit of lower-income people who will be grateful for that employment. So the stadium will be activated. I'm not going to recite a lot of what you've already heard about the advantages, but there are a lot of advantages. It's an exciting prospect. It's an opportunity for us to kind of step back and think about the vision that we have for our city and that centerpiece there, that stadium and everything that happens there. I did look also at deals in other cities and comparables. So as it turns out, discussing this with Mr. Abrams, it's a little hard to make an apples with apples comparison, but what other cities have done. I can tell you that there are many of them that are very large numbers. And it's worth noting also, Charlotte is the 22nd largest MSA in the country. The other 18 have NFL teams. 2 of the 3 cities that don't have NFL teams are San Diego and St. Louis, who had them and lost them because the city wasn't willing, was not able to come together with the owners of the team on a vision for the facility and the future. And other cities showed them more interest and they moved. You know, and that's what could happen to us if we don't take advantage of a great opportunity that we have with this transaction. I'll note also it's a 15-year deal. Why is it only a 15-year deal? Because the stadium does not have more than that much life left. It's a 30-year-old stadium. By the time it gets to be 50 years old, you don't want to be in the middle of a contract. You want to acknowledge that as the stadium nears the end of its useful life, you're going to have to talk about what comes next. But we are not committing anything. We have declared that we will start to talk about it. We're not going to start to talk about it before a certain year, and we'll see. Other people will see. I don't expect to be here or probably anywhere by then, but other people can decide then what the city should do. You know, do we buy a new stadium? Do we look back and say, hey, our last investment was not very successful, so let's just create very big headaches for the team and the schedule that they are on for their benefit and ours to try and get the work done that's contemplated by this agreement. So if we consider not doing it tonight, or if we consider requiring another check-in, that basically devalues the commitment that we make tonight. And we should ask ourselves, if we're considering that, do we really need it? Is it worth it? Are there things that we don't know about yet that actually require that we come back? You know, are we going to come back and vote on the apprenticeships or on some of these details? And my attitude has been, in this situation, and I will confess freely, by the way, I'm very much in step with a number of people here who have objected to kind of the process and how this came to us and the timeline. I get that, but at the same time, I'm just focused on this big picture. So if I see something in the terms or in my conversations with the city attorney that tells me, no, I cannot leave that question unanswered. I can't leave it to the lawyer, the city attorney, or the manager to work that out. I need to work that out. I don't see it. I see enough here for us to feel confident that we are looking at an opportunity and that we should not get sidetracked by process problems or issues that are not fully worked out, and therefore that we should be willing to move ahead tonight and be grateful, frankly, that we have the opportunity to get 2 sports franchises and everything else that comes with this based on an investment that will not exceed the 650. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This has been a really great conversation, and it's a culmination, really, of months and months and months of work. As a council, we've had 15 individual touch points on this deal, beginning, as Mr. Graham had laid out, at our strategy session in '23. I am a Charlotte native, born and raised, and I can actually remember when we didn't have a NFL team, and certainly not an MLS team. And I've said before, I had to be a fan of the Steelers because there were no Panthers. But I can certainly tell you that the way Charlotte looks and feels now compared to when I was young and there was no sports teams to rally around. There was no spirit of unity. It looks incredibly different, right? So sports unite people. Football, soccer. Sports are really the great equalizer where no matter what your background is, whether it's socioeconomic or diverse perspectives, you can come together as a team and collectively work to win and to be better. And that resonates not only with the Panthers and not only with our soccer team, but it resonates with our residents. That's what unites the residents with the sport. People get excited. Even people who've never been to the stadium before will listen on the radio, will be checking underneath their table while they're at dinner with their family. What's the update? What's the update? It's the unification of sport that is incredible. And we're the 14th largest city in the country. I'm looking at numbers that talk about economic impact. Just with the Panthers, $706 million. So then TSA goes and invests in a soccer team that has an impact of $234 million, and then adds more activities to the stadium. Over 40 nights a year, there's activity at the stadium that generates $169 million. And this is for jobs, it's for our hospitality industry, it's for our young people who want to have something to believe in. It is incredible to have sport at this level that we have it in Charlotte. It's a privilege. If you don't believe me, go ask some Oakland residents who managed to lose 3 professional sports teams in a very finite amount of time because of an inability to get a decision around investment. I have always said that growth is really and truly a privilege. And Charlotte has been growing over the last decades, but we're at a particular moment, a time in our growth where it has to be managed and we have to make strategic decisions. We have to be able to invest in ourselves. I think investing $650 million from our hospitality fund that will just automatically generate more dollars, more revenue, more insight, more visibility to Charlotte on a national and international stage is a good deal for what we're getting. We need to make sure that the stadium remains a destinational asset, that it can not only sustain the 42 events that goes on, but potentially double it, increase it by 50%. It's more jobs for our community. And so I will absolutely be supporting this. I think, when you look at deals around the country, and we've been working on this for a long time, so we've had the opportunity to work with outside counsel, to work with inside counsel, to look at deals that have been done for new builds and renovations. I think if you look at our deal that we have in front of us that has $650 million capped, that does not have any additional tax to our residents, but rather using dollars that are earmarked for this specific activity, we have one of the best deals in the country. I'd ask anyone to go out and find another deal that's similar to this or better to this for a renovation, with the understanding that investment will continue in the out years. So past 29, the $421 million will continue to make the stadium a destinational asset. So we can continue to attract these events. And by the way, the work is going to be done while the economic activity continues. So it's not like the doors are going to be closed and all of a sudden the city will be hurting for 6 months or 9 months because there won't be activity. TSE is going to continue to do the upgrades as they're continuing to operate, which is even more stress on them. So kudos to them for doing that. I also just want to say, I think this evening we've had some conversation around an individual. And this conversation, this deal, is not about an individual. It is about the city of Charlotte and how she will grow and how we, as stewards of her growth, will make the best decisions possible to ensure that her residents, that the economy, that the environment will not only continue to grow and thrive, but it will be a welcoming environment where we'll continue to have people who want to come and visit us, want to come and take up Charlotte as its residents. So this is about the city of Charlotte's future. It's not about an individual. And with that being said, I am happy, Madam Mayor, to support the work and the effort that the Economic Development Committee has done. They've made me an ex officio member, which has been great because I've been able to work with them on these deals. And I'm very proud of what we have in front of us. I think other cities will look at what we have and work to get similar deals that we've operated on over the last several months. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so every council member has had a chance to speak, and on this issue, we have a substitute motion. Madam Clerk, would you read the substitute motion as provided by Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, ma'am. Based on council's insight, to authorize the city manager and city attorney to negotiate agreements between TSE and City of Charlotte for Bank of America stadium improvements and bring those details back to the council prior to approval.
All right. So I think, and we've all had a
Prior to
chance.
execution, I'm sorry.
For execution, okay. So we all have had the conversation. All in favor of the substitute motion, please raise your hand. That's 1, 2, 3. Anyone opposed? And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The clerk has got that. All right, the second item, that's Ms. Mayfield. Would you read the requested amendment for Ms. Mayfield, from Ms. Mayfield?
We just have a motion on
She
the
did
table,
not
Madam Mayor.
state it.
She wanted to have.
Yeah,
So
it never moved forward, Mayor, because.
Okay, we did not move forward, and you're okay with that?
I didn't
That's
say
fine.
that, but
Well-
y'all jumped in.
We are all okay with it.
Okay, we're all okay with it.
I didn't say that
No,
either. That's
I'm sorry,
Tariq
I
just
understand.
making
okay.
a comment.
Okay,
So when
now-
I asked about clarity on my amendment and asked if I needed to have a second on it,
That's
we
true.
moved the conversation
Okay.
around. So, Attorney,
Without a second.
Yeah, so a motion to amend would require a second.
that's what I thought at the
Yes.
time that I did it. So, Clerk Kelly, did you capture?
No, ma'am.
That's what I thought. You know what? It looks like there's 6. They don't even, whether I vote yes or no. I have concerns, but I will say I think you clarified for me the questions that I had. So thank you, Mr. Attorney.
Well, thank you. So now that means we have the main motion on the floor. Can we read that again, Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am. Let me go back up to.
Wouldn't it be to approve action A and B that was already
There's
motioned
action
in
A
the
and B, but
second?
I wanted, we've been talking a lot about transparency and making sure, and besides, I want to make sure the media knows what we're doing. And so if we look at this, I mean, I'm glad to go ahead and reread it again, if I can find where it is. Thank you very much. All right, so the action, the primary motion was authorize the city manager as designee to negotiate and execute agreements between Panther Football LLC, PFL, DT Soccer LLC, DTS, and Panther Stadium LLC, collectively referred to as Tepper Sports and Entertainment, and the City of Charlotte in an amount not to exceed $650 million for the Bank of America Stadium improvements and a new field house, to include terms listed below, and those terms are represented on the agenda. So we have a motion. All in favor?
Madam Mayor,
I'm
if you
sorry.
read it, we should probably hear Part B, too.
Okay, we should, to Part B. Part B is to adopt a budget ordinance appropriating $650 million from proceeds of debt in the Convention Center Capital Fund for Bank of America's stadium improvements and a new field house. All right, it came out of a recommendation with the Economic Development Committee, and we have a motion on the floor now.
And I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Sajmira.
Yes, so I have a question for Ms. Dodson. I know Ms. Dodson talked about a second vote on financing.
I'm sorry, Ms. Ajmir.
to
I
vote.
thought that you just wanted to comment on the motion, but I think when we
Yes,
had
I have
this.
because this is, my question is on the motion.
I understand, but we have a rule that we took everybody around,
But
and
that was
so
on
we.
the substitute motion. My question, I guess point of clarification, Mr. Attorney. My question is on the original motion on the second vote. So can I ask that?
Unless has the question been called?
Yes.
Because
Question.
everyone
Question has
has,
been
yeah.
called.
has been called.
That was
Everyone-
on the substitute motion.
No, it's been
We
called
were
on the primary
discussing the
motion.
It was on the
substitute motion.
primary motion. Well, we started off
We
in that
never
way,
did.
and then we had the
I thought
substitute
so.
motion from you, but we also had the motion already
Substitute
here.
didn't pass.
So let me make sure that I'm saying this correctly. We had a motion, and then it went to Ms. Mayfield, and then it came to you, and you said a substitute
That's
motion.
right. So I commented on the substitute motion. Now that we're
I
going
think,
back.
no,
to-
I don't.
done.
wait,
We're done.
All right,
It's over.
Okay,
We-
Mr.
Jump in and do your job.
I think that this is what.
Mr. Baker.
The question has been
No,
called.
we have the rules of procedure that we have.
Mr. Baker, the
And if
question's been
everyone
called.
has spoken, then I have the ability to say, we have had everyone speak on the issue.
Can I ask Mr. Baker
No.
about my
Well,
question? Mr. Bukhari, I'm not talking to you. With all due respect, you do not have the floor.
Exactly.
You don't.
So if you do not want to listen, you can leave the room. Mr. Baker, my question to you
Madam Mayor.
is, can I ask a question on the original motion? Because we were discussing a substitute motion, and that's why I did not ask my question.
So the question ultimately, as I understood it, was that you were talking about both. So if the question has been called, and let me be clear about this, if the question has been called, then a vote has to occur to call the question. And that vote requires 2/3 vote to call the question. So 7 of you would have to vote to call the question, and then you would vote. Does that make, do you want me to repeat that?
Yes, because that made no
The
sense.
mayor set the rules, Mr. Baker.
So I'll read exactly what's in there. Call of the previous question. The motion is not in order until all council members who have indicated a desire to be recognized have had the opportunity to speak once, which, as I understand it, has occurred. This now requires, so someone will have to make a second to the call of the previous question, and requires a 2/3 vote and is not debatable.
Second.
So there needs to be, so there's now been a second. And 2/3
Okay, she
of
speak.
10 requires 7 of the 10 of you to do this.
So
right,
in
so
order to do
we have
that,
a
do I have to
motion.
ask a question so then they understand what my question is?
I understand that, but you've already gone around once, and if 7 people vote to call the question, then you're going to go ahead and vote.
Yeah, we haven't done that. The question hasn't been called.
I don't want you to feel like you're being silent. Ms. Ajmira,
Motion was made and seconded.
I think that we're not trying to silence anyone in this conversation.
that's what I'm asking.
We are trying to follow the rules and
Yes, I-
procedures so that they can be repeated in other situations that we have like this. And so I think Mr. Baker is really just saying, this is where we would have to vote to say yes or no to an additional comment. Is that it?
Correct.
And that's what we need to follow. So let's just raise our hand and vote on that case.
So, Madam Mayor, for clarification, please, with all due respect, she wants to pose a question, and we have to get a second, which I did,
Because-
and vote on that?
It's because it was
I'm just
already, because we've already approved the motion of the discussion that we had. So when we just took that last vote, that would be like opening it up again, if that's, and that, we can't just open up anything every time, because we'd be here forever.
Okay.
So I think that what we're trying to do is make sure that we're following the procedures.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
So
right.
just a point of clarity, are you saying we were discussing two motions at the same time?
I believe that's correct.
That's what I understood you all were doing around the dais so that everyone could get their comments about
Right, about
what
everything.
had been
There was an
discussed.
active motion on the floor. We were discussing. That motion was denied. So now, normally, we would have the opportunity to discuss the original motion.
But we had, for example, Ms. Johnson, you supported the substitute motion. Mr. Mitchell supported the primary motion. So we did have that discussion of both motions at the same time. Everyone had a place that they chose to take a position on. And I think that's what's really the gist of this.
For Madam Mayor, point of clarity, though, I want to know how can we discuss two motions at one time?
You can't.
Exactly.
Because
That makes sense to me at all. I'm sorry, I just want to know.
Because people, as you were making your decisions and expressing your intent, you said that you would be able to support or not support.
And we had two open motions at one time when we were discussing.
Support or opposed?
Actually, Mr. Graham and Ms. Mayfield did not even get to comment on my motion because I made a motion much later in the process.
Mr. Baker, I know that this is very important to some folks, and I don't want us to be in a situation where we feel like we didn't understand each other. So I'm going to go ahead and say, Ms. Ajmira, I don't know that we can have a question from the staff, but from the attorney, and then we will consider the motions closed, okay? So do you have a question for the attorney?
You wanted to ask Tracy?
Yes, so yes.
She's saying no.
So maybe, well, then I'll just ask question to Mr. Baker. Well, I know that on the original motion, there is going to be a second vote on financing.
Yes.
Which Ms. Dodson had mentioned. So by the time of that vote, will the contracts already be executed? And if they're already executed, then would the city be in breach of the contract if it did not approve, then if it didn't then approve the financing this fall?
So,
In other words,
Understand the point, yeah.
is this financing vote going to be a meaningful opportunity to revisit the contract?
it would not be a meaningful opportunity to revisit the contract in large part because the contract, if we successfully negotiate the contract, it's going to be financed by the vote that's coming to you. And Ms. Dodson or Teresa, I'm getting way into your territory here, but that's what's coming back is to fund the financing obligation that's in the contract.
If you recall, Mr. Graham said that we would be doing this because we would have the ability to have the policy document. We now have a policy that we're going to work through this.
Thank you,
okay?
Mr.
All right.
Madam Mayor, thank you
Now we
for
can-
your courtesy.
Okay.
Now we can,
We got one mayor on this dais, thank you.
thank you, thank you. So we've gotten both motions. Everybody is okay with where they stood? All right, so
We're working on the overarching contract.
Would you like for me to call the question?
yes, let's call the question.
I'd like to call the question, please, Mayor and Council.
Yes.
So you had the question
I know
called
that there are
for,
things that are moving, but
I want to make sure,
there
Madam
are more
Clerk,
things
I can't
that
hear
are.
you, I can't hear you.
Madam Clerk, We have the motion read into the minutes, and now we're going to call the questions. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hands.
The original.
This is the original motion, correct me?
The original motion, yes. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, motion passed.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I'm sorry.
What? There's a one.
One, Ms. Mayfield? Okay.
You want to do it again?
So including
You got
Ms. Mayfield. No, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have the right number, the mayor.
How many do
All
we
right.
have?
Ms. Mayfield, Mr. Bakari, Mr. Driggs, Mr. Graham, Ms. Anderson, and Ms. Molina, and Mr. Mitchell are in support of the motion. All right, all opposed? All right.
I got two hands up.
All right, well, okay, that's all well and good.
Only one
So
vote, I know,
three
but I want to
opposing.
make
All
sure
right.
people get it
So
for the
we have a
record.
motion, and we have a few other items on the agenda, actually. What's on the agenda? All right, Madam Clerk, Madam Clerk, thank you all for,
Nicholas, thank you.
Madam Clerk, we have a review of the recommendations for committees tonight.
We have items 12 through,
Item, okay, let's go.
12, 13, 14.
Item 12.
What was item 12?
Stormwater.
Stormwater. Okay.
I don't have
Wow, everyone is.
too many
They got what they wanted, they always do.
All right, here we go. All right, council, we have agenda item number 12, stormwater refunding revenue bonds, adopt a bond. Item A, action A, adopt a bond order.
Mayor,
and
move for approval A, B, and C.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
No, let's
This
move it
is
to
on
fast.
page, it's item 12, agenda item 12, stormwater refunding bonds. This is basically a technical issue with our
I
finance.
just want to look at it before, we got a second already before I
Yes, we
even
have a second.
Yeah.
shuffling, scooting.
Tell me when you're prepared.
Yes, ma'am, give me
vote.
just 1 second, Madam Mayor, thank you for your patience.
I'm gonna need him to stop drinking.
All right, go ahead, proceed.
All right, so all in favor of the motion as stated, actions A, B, and C under stormwater refunding revenue bonds, please raise your hands. All right, that's unanimous. All right, the next item is item 14. That's 12. Item 13, it is a biogas renewable natural gas station. Adopt a resolution authorizing the sale of unconditioned biogas recovered from the wastewater treatment
Move to adopt.
process. Thank you. Second. Second, any discussion on this one? This is from the Water Department. This is from Charlotte Water. Any questions, any comments? All ready to raise your hands? All in favor, please raise your hands.
Sure.
Anyone opposed? All right, thank you. The next item is item 14, Department of Energy's Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant, and we're getting a budget ordinance for 700.
approval,
You saw
Mayor,
Sarah-
A, B, and C.
Talk about that today. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please raise your hands. All right, anyone opposed? All right, thank you. The next item is item 15, actions related to city-owned property for the Evoke Living Ballantyne Multifamily Affordable Housing Development. This is an Enlivian financing position, not anything that we're doing with our money.
Move for approval A, B, and C.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. And any questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? All right, the next item is appointments to the Charlotte Regional Visitors Authority.
Mayor, I would like to share that Keith Haywood has been appointed.
All right,
How many votes did he get?
Mr. Haywood has been appointed to,
6.
Congratulations, Keith.
okay. So, there's not a dog, I have a, Mr. Ford. There's a zoning item for us, that's compact residential development text amendment. This is render a decision on petition 2024-67 to amend the Unified Development Ordinance. The public hearing was held on June the 17th. The purpose of this amendment is to add new compact residential development option to Neighbor 1 zoning districts to allow for smaller lot sizes and setbacks requiring more open space. I think Ms. Ajmira championed this at some point. So do we have a motion to render the decision on the Unified Development Ordinance?
So moved.
All right, you have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
I just wanted,
You want to comment to that?
Yes, thank you, Madam
Yes.
Mayor. I just wanted to thank Allison. This is in direct response to addressing community's needs, so thank you. One thing I hear about Allison out in the community, whether people agree with her or not, that she makes herself available and she's accessible. So even when there are times where you disagree with people, they appreciate that you at least answer their call and answer their emails, and that you make time to meet with them. So I just wanted to say that out loud. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All in favor? We've already adopted the motion, so all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand for the development ordinance. Anyone opposed? All right, thank you. I do believe at this point in time that we are adjourned.
See y'all in
No.
Really? See you guys in, I'm sure we'll see each other. As you take your time away, I hope everyone enjoys it, refreshes. I think as Ed said, when we come back, let's come back ready to keep it rolling. All right? Thank you, everyone. Good night.